Hello guys, this is Dark Fox Sage 2 and we are back with our new fanfic, which is What If Naruto Lost His Eyes During the Battle Part 1. And if you enjoy this fanfic, then please press the like button and please subscribe to the channel. It motivates me to upload more fanfic like these for you all. Now let's start the fanfiction. During a Class C mission, Team 7 were assigned to locate and rescue a villager who had been captured by a band of criminals. Because of Team 7's growth in the past few months, their Junin-sensei, Kakashi, decided to let Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura handle it on their own. Naruto suspected that he did this just to get some alone time with his precious books. After about a week, Sakura managed to piece together where the villager was being held, and with a rather simple grab and run strategy they rescued the villager and headed back to Konoha. But on the way back they bumped into the criminals they originally beat. But this time, however, the group had hired a couple of ninja-class mercenaries. Like the ones Gato had. "Dobi, you better try to do everything yourself again," Sasuke growled to Naruto. "Shut up, Sasuke. I could take that dimwit duo by myself," Naruto responded in his "don't underestimate me" voice. Meanwhile, Sakura just sighs, while inner Sakura is screaming, "Can't you two get along for just 1 minute?" All of a sudden the dimwit duo burst out laughing at Naruto. "You got beaten by these punks, man, you guys are weak," the first mercenary says back to the group that hired them. "What the hell did you just say?" screamed Naruto. "I'm Uzumaki Naruto, the one who will become the greatest Hokage ever." In a blind rage, Naruto drew his kunai and charged at the two ninjas, but one of the ninjas merely raised his fist so it was horizontal and Naruto ran face first into it, completely leveling him. While the two ninjas were questioning the standards of ninjas Konoha were training, Sasuke used the time to throw a barrage of shuriken as well as charging at the ninjas with his own kunai, but a little less blindedly than Naruto. Unfortunately, these ninjas were better than Sasuke first thought. He assumed that since they didn't have forehead protectors, they weren't trained as real ninjas, but faster than Sasuke could blink they both turned around and drew katanas sheathed to their backs. And deflected every last one of the shuriken, forcing Sasuke to jump back and re-evaluate his opponents. In that short time Naruto regained his breath and slapped an exploding tag to one of them. He deliberately placed it on an armor plate he had on his back so he would just injure him but not kill him. The tag exploded, causing him to fly into a tree while the other jumped out the way at the last second. With one ninja down and the other a bit surprised at the explosion, Sasuke realized that it would take more than hand-to-hand combat skills to take down the last ninja, so Sasuke ran through the required hand seals. "Kaden, Ryuka no Jutsu," said Sasuke while maintaining his unique level of calm. As the dragon of fire erupted from Sasuke, the second ninja knew that it was over. The flames just glanced his side, knocking him unconscious. While Naruto turned to look at what just happened, the flames were in harm's distance of Naruto's face. Outwardly Naruto screamed and inwardly he cursed Sasuke for both hurting him and beating the second ninja. Naruto then fell backward and passed out. The original group of criminals picked their moment and ran like the wind, while Sasuke and Sakura tended to Naruto. Sakura cleaned up the burn and put a field dressing on it, while Sasuke put together a stretcher together to carry Naruto back to Konoha. Sakura knew she should scold Sasuke for being so careless, but she couldn't bring herself to raise her voice to her love, so she just kept her eye on Naruto's injury, while the rescued villager helped Sasuke carry Naruto's stretcher. Although Sasuke looked calm on the outside, he was feeling a slight bit remorseful for hitting Naruto with such a high-class fire technique, especially on his face. He knew what kind of damage he may have caused to his teammate. He only hoped that Tsunade could heal him. Sakura and Sasuke and their rescuee had been traveling for almost 6 hours straight, only stopping for 5 or 10 minutes at a time to check on Naruto, who apparently still hadn't woken up, although he did seem to twitch on the makeshift stretcher every so often. Soon enough their village gates came into view. Since the aftermath of the Chunin exam, the gates had remained shut, whereas before the gates would remain open, only opening to let teams in and out. At a simple hand signal from Sasuke to the sentries on duty, the gates swung open. As they walked into the Konoha, they only saw a few people doing their daily errands. A part of Sasuke expected a swarm of demented, screaming girls to materialize in front of him to greet him, but the another part of him reminded him that almost no one chased after him since his betrayal to the Leaf. In fact, they treated him similarly to how they treated Naruto, although some still looked at him as a heroic survivor of the Uchiha clan, but he still felt the pain from those who didn't. Now the only girl who chased him now was his teammate, Haruno Sakura. Not even her eternal rival Ino chased after him anymore. Sasuke knew that this pain wasn't as bad as Naruto's, but ever since he felt this pain, he formed a new respect for Naruto, for he lived his entire life with an even greater pain and he still managed to keep a positive attitude. After Sasuke and Sakura had dropped Naruto off in the hospital, Sasuke and the rescued villager left for the Hokage office to deliver the mission report. While Sakura stayed in the hospital waiting room awaiting news on Naruto, she waited for 2 hours before she decided to go look for Naruto. She walked around for a bit before she saw a flash of blonde hair through an open door. It looked like Naruto was lying motionless on a hospital bed. He was probably still asleep since he never stopped moving when he was awake. On his face there was now a proper bandage which stopped just above his mouth and covered both his cheeks, leaving only his mouth and chin exposed. As Sakura sat down, she let out a huge sigh because it was the first time she sat down all day. Sakura-chan. At the mention of her own name, Sakura screamed, and when she realized that it had been Naruto who said her name, she was tempted to hit him for scaring her like that. "How did you know it was me?" questioned Sakura. "Well, you're the only girl who would come to visit me. Besides, you're the only one I know that sighs like an old door swinging closed." Sakura's left eyebrow twitched quite violently at this. Old. Tsunade, Konoha's current Hokage, was rushing down the corridor of the hospital in search of Naruto. Once Sasuke had told her what had happened, she was fully awake and out the door to the hospital. As she was checking each room for her favorite loudmouth, she walked into one room to be greeted by quite a sight. Sakura was pounding Naruto in the stomach. Tsunade forced a cough to signify her presence. At this, Sakura turned around. "Hello, Hokage-sama," greeted Sakura, her anger forgotten. Obaa-chan. As Naruto realized that Tsunade was there. Fortunately for Naruto, Tsunade decided that he had been beaten enough, so let it by. "Naruto, I'm here to take a look at your injury. Fire techniques can be very damaging, especially to the face. Sakura, I would like you to leave us. This could take a while. Maybe you should go home." "You're right, Hokage-sama. Please do your best with Naruto." Sakura left the hospital room and Tsunade proceeded to remove the bandages that were covering Naruto's face. She activated an analyzing jutsu and proceeded to examine Naruto's face. A worried look came across her face as she noticed something. "Naruto, please open your eyes." With a gasp of pain, he forced his eyes open, then he blinked over and over. Tsunade knew exactly what was wrong. "Obaa-chan, I can't see." As she was making her way through the village to get home, Sakura saw Huga Hinata, another kunoichi who she had become close friends with. Hinata looked a bit upset. To a passerby, Hinata always looked upset by the way she kept her head down, but to a close friend like Sakura it was clear that something was troubling Hinata. Sakura walked over to Hinata. "Hello, Hinata-chan," greeted Sakura, suppressing her concerns for Naruto. "Oh, hello, Sakura-chan," responded Hinata. "Did your mission go well?" Clearly she was trying to forget about whatever problem she had. Well, Sakura knew that she should tread lightly here. She knew all too well for her fondness for Naruto. Looking back on it, she must have been a fool not to realize it. It wasn't until Hinata admitted it to Ino and herself while they were having lunch together. Well, Hinata echoed, and Sakura cursed herself for letting her mind wander away like that. "Well, we rescued the villager, but there was an accident involving Naruto." At the mention of his name, Hinata looked right into Sakura's eyes with a very worried expression. "A accident?" Hinata repeated. She had obviously forgotten her previous worries and was deeply concerned about Naruto. Yes, an accident. You see, Sasuke and Naruto were fighting a pair of ninjas. As the fight ended, Sasuke-kun used one of his fire attacks and Naruto caught the edge of the attack on his face. As Sakura finished talking, Hinata instantly turned around and started toward the hospital. Don't worry, Hinata-chan. Tsunade-sama is with Naruto, she'll help him, Sakura called after her, knowing that it would be foolish to try and stop her. Sakura then descended back into her own thoughts about Sasuke, their next mission, whatever it could be, Naruto's condition and Hinata's infatuation with Naruto. I wonder if they'll ever get together? Questioned inner Sakura. Oh well, whatever happens, happens. As Hinata thought about what happened to Naruto, she broke into a run. She started feeling very nervous about how much damage had been done. She shunned all negative thoughts and continued to run. It wasn't long before she reached the hospital. Hinata burst through the doors of the hospital and ran straight to the front desk. Which room is Uzumaki Naruto in? Asked Hinata, completely ignoring the queue of people behind her. The receptionist could see the look of deep concern in Hinata's eyes and started looking through a large ring binder folder. He is in room 27. Go down that corridor and turn left before the stairs. The receptionist pointed to the corridor behind her. Thank you, Hinata called to her as she ran down the corridor. Tsunade cancelled the healing technique she was using on Naruto, but she still wore the same expression of worry and concern. Naruto, I've cleared up the burns, but there is some damage to the optic nerves. The nerves are just too small to heal with a jutsu. I've treated it, but that's all I can do. There's a chance that your eyes will heal themselves given time, but I'm afraid that you will be without your sight for a while. We'll leave your eyes for a week. By that time we will be able to determine how extensive the damage is. But if you're unable to see even blurred images by then, you will probably never have your sight back. How big a chance is there that my eyes will heal? Asked Naruto. His voice lost the energy it once held. Tsunade was hoping he wouldn't ask this. I won't lie to you, Naruto. It's small, but you have to understand, you are very lucky. If this had happened to someone else, someone who didn't have Kyuubi's healing powers, then there would be no doubt that they would never see again. Tsunade was desperate to raise Naruto's spirits, but she feared that she may have made him feel even worse. I understand, but do I have to stay in here for the whole week? Asked Naruto. It was hard to tell if he was more upset about his sight or the prospect of staying in these uncomfortable hospital beds all week. Oh no, not all week. You will have to spend the night here, but you will be allowed to leave in the morning as long as you have someone to accompany you. Thank God for that. I'd die of boredom if I'd stay for a week. Naruto almost sounded happy, but it was hard to forget that he couldn't see. The door to Naruto's room opened and in came Hinata. She was red in the face. Tsunade wondered if it was because she had been running or because of the presence of Naruto. Hello Hinata. What brings you here? Tsunade asked. Inwardly she was grinning from ear to ear because she knew precisely why she was here. Naruto's head rose up. Hinata. Naruto was shocked that anyone would come to see him. Even Sasuke hadn't dropped in on him, even though he was the reason he was in hospital. This thought struck him very hard. Because of Sasuke he may never see again. He put that thought at the back of his mind for now and turned his attention to the new arrival. Why yes, Naruto-kun. In Hinata's haste to reach the hospital she never thought about what to say to Naruto when she got there. How are you feeling, Naruto-kun? Hinata figured that as a good start. I feel fine, but I'm going to have to give my eyes a rest for a while. Naruto tried to sound like his normal self but didn't do too well. Oh, is it serious? Hinata was starting to worry from the tone in his voice. Hinata could tell that something was wrong. It could be, but only time will tell. Tsunade interrupted. Hinata jumped at the sound of her voice. Naruto, I need to put a bandage over your eyes to ensure no light can reach the nerves. Please sit up and keep your eyes comfortably closed. They won't be open for a week, said Tsunade as she reached into a medical bag for the bandages. Naruto did as he was told. He sat up on the bed and kept his eyes closed. This shouldn't take too long. Hinata, why don't you take a seat? You look very nervous, said Tsunade while she was sorting out the bandages. Yes, Hokage-sama. Hinata sat in one of the chairs that were lined along the wall and set it beside Naruto's bed. She sat down and watched as Tsunade placed the bandages on Naruto. Tsunade cut out 2 individual patches of the cotton bandage and placed them over his eyes, securing them in place with some medical tape. Then she proceeded to wrap a long bandage around his head covering his eyes. Okay, I'm done. Naruto, is that too tight for you? Tsunade said as she was adjusting the bandage. It's fine, thanks, Obachan. As Tsunade struggled to contain herself, Naruto lay back down on the bed. All right, I've spent enough time here. Hinata, could you possibly be here tomorrow morning? Naruto is going to be out of the hospital and he needs someone to help him around the village, Tsunade asked. She silently applauded herself for asking her to. She killed 2 birds with 1 stone. 1. She gave Hinata a chance to be close to Naruto. With any luck, spending time with Hinata may balance Naruto out. Who knows, they may even become Konoha's newest couple. And 2. She won't have to look all over Konoha to find Sakura or someone else to do it. She needed to get back to her office for some sleep. Naruto, I'll be here in the morning before you 2 leave for the day. The nurse will be in soon with something to eat, Tsunade told him as she was leaving. Ramen? Naruto asked excitedly. Naruto, this is a hospital, not Ichiraku, Tsunade said. Tsunade walked out the room, so it was just Naruto and Hinata left. Hinata, Naruto said, turning his head to Hinata's general direction. Yes, Naruto-kun. Hinata was starting to lose her shyness around Naruto. She didn't know why. Before, the very mention of his name would send her heart racing, but now she felt at peace. Thank you for coming to see me. Not even Sasuke has come to say hello. You're a good person, Hinata. Naruto was feeling extremely thankful for someone coming to see him. Inside he was feeling scarred and alone, but he did his best to hide it. You're welcome, Naruto-kun. Sakura-chan told me what had happened, so I came to see if you were alright. Hinata smiled to herself for not stuttering. You're sounding a lot more confident than you used to. My blindfold must be having a positive effect already. Hinata even let a small giggle escape at that. This made Naruto especially happy. He loved making people laugh. He always has, even when those same people made him feel like dying. The nurse came in carrying a tray. It had some food on it, but nothing more than a snack. The nurse placed it over Naruto's lap. Here is your food, Naruto-san, said the nurse. Naruto jumped slightly from the unexpected contact. Thank you, said Naruto, but the nurse said nothing. But Naruto was used to this. Hinata, however, wasn't. She was very rude to you, Naruto-kun. Hinata was shocked that a nurse of all people would be so cold toward a blind patient. Yeah, well, I'm kinda used to it by now. Naruto was feeling around the tray on his lap trying to find the food. I can't tell where the tray ends and the food begins. They both have the same rough texture. Hinata noticed what was on the plate. It looked like a brick of some kind of meat. It was bad even by hospital standards. Hinata, could you please help me? I'm not sure what I'm meant to eat. Naruto realized that this was just the beginning. This won't be the only time he will need help. Usually he wouldn't trust someone to help him, but Hinata was someone he trusted, even if he rarely talked to her. Hinata turned red in the face when he asked for her help, but she did as she was asked. She reached out her hand and put it on Naruto's wrist. Both he and Hinata jumped at the contact. Naruto wasn't expecting it, but he realized that he would have to get used to it, and Hinata, because she came into physical contact with Naruto, she guided his hand on the tray and placed it on the meat. She then let go. Thanks, Hinata. I'd probably take a bite out of the tray if I didn't have any help, Naruto said before he took a bite out of the brick. He chewed once before he realized the foul taste and dropped the brick. Naruto realized that it would be rude to spit out the food in front of Hinata, so he did his best to ask for a napkin. Somehow she understood, but there wasn't a napkin on the tray, so she brought one out of her pocket and put it into Naruto's hands. He put over his mouth and pushed out the food into it, trying to sound as least disgusting as possible. The napkin smelt very girly. He realized that Hinata must have given him one of her own. Thanks again, Hinata. Naruto now thought that having someone to help him wasn't too bad. Hinata smiled silently to herself. I don't suppose that there was a glass of water on the tray. I can't stand the taste of whatever that stuff was meant to be, Naruto said as he crushed the napkin into a ball and dropped it on the tray. Sorry, Naruto-kun, there is none. They probably did this on purpose, Naruto said. Never mind, I probably still have some in my jacket. Hinata, could you maybe find my jacket and search the pockets for a bottle, please? Of course, Naruto-kun. She was feeling glad to help. Hinata got up and walked over to the wardrobe. She saw Naruto's trademark orange clothing. Hinata often questioned herself why anyone would wear so much orange. As she searched through the pockets, she could tell the clothes smelled like Naruto. She found the small bottle of water in an inside pocket of his jacket. I've found it, Naruto-kun, she said as she took away the tray and placed the bottle in Naruto's hand. She put the tray down on a desk next to the bed. Thanks, Naruto chuckled out. He was saying thanks a lot. He unscrewed the cap and downed the whole lot. That was good. Naruto felt better after drinking the water. He then let out a powerful yawn and realized that he was tired. He had been awake since they had arrived back at Konoha. He just decided to let himself be carried instead of being made to walk by Sasuke and Sakura if they found out that he was awake. I see that you're tired, Naruto-kun. I'll go home and let you sleep. Okay then. Good night, Hinata. See you tomorrow. Sweet dreams, Naruto-kun, said Hinata as she walked out the door. When the door shut behind her, she realized something. She turned around and walked back into Naruto's room. Welcome home, Naruto-kun. After hearing this, a huge smile came across Naruto's face. Thank you, Hinata. Hinata turned around and walked out the room and proceeded up the corridor with a noticeable spring in her step. Naruto awoke from a strange dream drenched in a cold sweat. He dreamt of walking sightless around a room filled with people who were knocking into him and talking loudly. They were scarring him because he was unsure of where he was and he was unprepared for all the contact he felt. It ended when he was pushed away and he started to fall down a hole. When Naruto woke up, he sat straight up in the bed and was reminded that he couldn't see. Hello. Naruto wasn't sure if there was anyone around. He didn't even know what time it was, but from the singing of birds and sounds of movement outside his room he figured that it must be morning. All of a sudden he heard a dull thud. He sensed someone had entered the room. The sound must have been the door being pushed open. Naruto-san, Tsunade-sama will be in a few minutes. Huga Hinata said that she will be here at about 10 o'clock. That's in half an hour. The nurse sounded like everyone else. She had the same cold tone in her voice. Thank you. Could you please open a window? I'm feeling a bit overheated, Naruto said as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. The nurse gave no reply. Excuse me. Still no reply. Excuse me. Naruto was feeling very scared now. Naruto, for once in your life, please try not to shout. Tsunade's voice broke the silence. Naruto was very relieved that he wasn't alone. These nurses are really mean. You would think that they would pay me some sympathy, Naruto said. Just ignore them, Naruto. Hatred is a hard thing to get over. Tsunade tried to give Naruto a reason as to why they treated him so badly. Reet. Now I feel better, Naruto was said sarcastically. Anyway, Naruto, there are a few rules you must follow when you're out of here. You mustn't remove the bandages no matter what. You will be allowed to sleep in your own home for the week, but if something feels wrong then you have to come back to the hospital. And you'll have to come to my office later tonight for me to check your bandages, but after that, the week is yours. And remember, Hinata is there to help you. Don't try anything complex on your own. Ask Hinata for help, and remember, she is in charge. She is to help you, but if she thinks that something is wrong she will bring you here. Do not argue with her, Tsunade warned him. I'm sure she'll be only too happy to help, she said inside her head. Do I have to get her help for everything? Naruto said, mentally raising an eyebrow. What do you mean? No, not everything. I expect you to handle your own, private, matters, Naruto. Tsunade was shaking her head, and stay out of trouble. Tsunade warned him. Hinata woke up feeling very refreshed. She was going to spend the whole day with Naruto and she could speak normally with him, but then another realization hit her. Other people are bound to see them together. What if they get the wrong idea? It would be so embarrassing if Sakura-chan or Ino-chan see us. What if they say something? Hinata said to herself. She let out a small yawn and rubbed her eyes. She looked over at the clock on her bedside table and gasped. 20 to 10. I've overslept. I was meant to get up early to explain to Kurenai-sensei about Naruto-kun. I'll have to do that later. I need to get to the hospital. Hinata said as she rushed to get dressed. In a blurred haste, Hinata got changed. She was out her room in a few minutes. She was out of the Huga estate a couple of minutes later, but not before almost knocking her cousin Neji off his feet. Foolish girl, muttered Neji. He had actually warmed up to Hinata since the Chunin exams, ever since he found out the truth of his father. Since then Neji had apologized to Hinata for hurting her so badly during their fight in the prelims. Neji watched her run out of the gates. She must be in a hurry. Hinata-sama didn't even stop to apologize to me, said Neji to no one in particular. Hinata was starting to wonder if she will always be running to the hospital at some point during the week. Soon enough she was at the hospital again. She went straight to the front desk again. The same receptionist was sitting at the desk. This time there was no K of people. I'm here to see Uzumaki Naruto again, Hinata told the receptionist. She was feeling a lot less worried than before. He's right where you left him. You just need to sign in this time, she said as she handed a pen to Hinata and pointed to a clipboard on the desk. Hinata signed her name and left down the corridor without another word. She followed the same path she took the night before and found Naruto's room, number 27. She knocked on the door this time instead of bursting in like last night. Come in, she heard Naruto's voice say. This brought a slight blush to Hinata's cheeks as she pushed open the door, and just like last night Tsunade was sitting down on the opposite side of Naruto and Naruto was lying back in bed, only this time he wore a smile. Good morning Naruto-kun, how are you feeling? Hinata asked. Although she was blushing, she didn't feel very nervous around Naruto. I'm feeling okay now, but waking up without being able to see can be scary, Naruto said while maintaining his smile. Tsunade looked at Naruto slightly surprised. It looks like Naruto is starting to open up around Hinata. Before, he would never admit to being scared, Tsunade thought to herself, then she remembered something. Naruto, do you feel any pain in your eyes? Tsunade asked. Pain? No, I feel fine, Naruto said still smiling. No Naruto, pain is a good sign, it means that the nerves are healing, and if you don't feel any pain well. Tsunade trailed off. Naruto's smile slowly disappeared as he realized what she was saying. If you do feel pain, nothing is wrong with you, so don't worry about it, but try to see me when you do feel something, Tsunade told him. And I'm afraid that even if you do feel pain, it isn't a sure sign that you will see again. I'm sorry. Naruto, Hinata and I will be outside while you get dressed. You'll find your clothes in that wardrobe. Tsunade pointed to a wardrobe next to the bed, still feeling bad about Naruto. You're funny, Naruto shouted. Tsunade realized what she had done and smacked her forehead. How stupid could she be for pointing out something to a blind person? Naruto, I'm sorry, I forgot. Tsunade felt like an idiot. It's okay, as long as you weren't making fun of me, Naruto said, his smile beginning to return. Hinata, could you please get Naruto's clothes? Tsunade asked Hinata, which intensified Hinata's blush. She opened the wardrobe and took Naruto's black t-shirt, orange jacket and pants off the hangers and put them on Naruto's bed. Just call when you're done, Naruto, Tsunade said as she and Hinata walked out the door. Tsunade took the time to explain to Hinata about what she had to do to help Naruto. Hinata, you will have to help Naruto with a lot of things, so you'll have to be with him most of the time. I've already informed Kurenai about this, so she has given you time off. During that time you are to help Naruto get around the village, and just help him with anything he may have trouble with. I've explained this to him and told him that you will be in charge, he will listen to you. So if something seems wrong you will have to bring him back here or to my office. You and Naruto should decide a time in the morning when you'll come to meet him. It would be best if you get a key to Naruto's apartment as well, and at night don't leave his house until he is in bed, do you understand? Tsunade asked. Hinata nodded. Almost. Do I have to help him with everything? Asked Hinata. Her face looking like a ripe tomato. Tsunade almost laughed at this. These two were more alike than she thought. No, not everything. Naruto will need some private time, but apart from that he will probably need your help with most things, Tsunade told her. A large crash was heard coming from inside Naruto's room. Taking a quick look inside the room, Tsunade shook her head muttering to herself, then she opened the door very slightly again. Naruto, one leg per trouser leg, Tsunade said to Naruto. Naruto couldn't believe how hard it was to get dressed without his eyes. If you want, I'll send in Hinata to help you, Tsunade said mockingly. At that both Hinata and Naruto blushed fiercely. I'll manage, Naruto said shakily. Tsunade used all of her willpower to keep from howling with laughter. When she had calmed down, she turned to Hinata. Remember Hinata? Keep him out of trouble, Tsunade told her. Hinata simply nodded. Naruto had a hard time, but in the end he managed to get all of his clothes on. He managed to find his forehead protector in his trouser pocket. He decided to tie it on over his bandage. He couldn't see himself, but he thought that he looked cool. He applauded himself for thinking to cover his bandage with his headband. It would keep his bandage clean and the metal plate would protect his eyes from any impact. You can come back in now, I'm ready, Naruto called out to the general direction of the door. He heard the door open. Well done Naruto, you can dress by yourself, at least that's something that Hinata won't have to help you with, Tsunade said. Naruto could feel his cheeks heating up again. Are you ready to leave, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked, eager to get away from the mocking Tsunade. Yes, I can't wait to get out of here, Naruto said. He couldn't wait to get some ramen. He hadn't had any in over a week, since before the mission. Okay then, come on, Tsunade said as she walked out the door. Hinata, could you please give me your arm? Naruto said as he reached out his hand. Hinata approached Naruto and placed his hand just above her right elbow. Hinata's heart started to speed and her face began to heat up as she felt his hand grasp her arm. Hinata started to move forward slowly to allow Naruto to get used to the movement. They walked through the door and up the corridor, side by side. Every so often Hinata had to guide Naruto away from a chair which he would have fallen over, or out the way of an oncoming patient. They reached the front desk where Tsunade was waiting patiently for them. Hinata held her left hand out to stop Naruto. Okay kids, have fun, Tsunade said smiling to Hinata. How many people know? Hinata thought to herself as she put her head down to hide the blush. Come on Hinata, let's go, Naruto said cheerily. Hinata started to move forward towards the main doors, guiding Naruto as she did. They stepped outside and Naruto took a deep breath of fresh air. I hate the smell of a hospital, Naruto said as they were walking away from the hospital. Where would you like to go Naruto-kun? Hinata realized that they were walking but didn't have anywhere to go. You have to ask. To Ichiraku Ramen, please Hinata, Naruto said turning his head toward Hinata. I should have known, giggled Hinata. You must be hungry as well Hinata. I mean, I'm not sure exactly what time it is but it must be near enough to lunchtime, right? It was only about 11:30 but neither Hinata or Naruto have had anything for breakfast, so they were feeling quite hungry. Yes Naruto-kun, I haven't had anything to eat today, Hinata smiled. She often thought about having lunch with Naruto, although it wasn't a date, it was close enough. Hinata guided Naruto through the streets of Konoha to get to the ramen stand as Naruto was telling her about the missions that he had completed in the past and Hinata was listening intently, occasionally turning left or right until they reached the Ichiraku. We're here Naruto-kun, Hinata said to Naruto as he was explaining how he rescued the villager in their last mission. Hinata guided Naruto inside and sat him down on a stool before sitting herself down next to him. The owner of the ramen stand turned around and welcomed both Hinata and Naruto. Hello, Hinata said, feeling her nervousness returning. Naruto smiled and nodded to him. Can I have a bowl of miso ramen? Hinata, what would you like? Naruto asked. Realizing that this man was friendly, Hinata forced herself not to stutter. May I have a bowl of sweet and sour pork ramen please? Hinata asked politely. Coming right up. The owner said friendlily. Naruto, what happened to your eyes? He asked as he was preparing the bowls. An accident. One of my teammates hit me with a fire jutsu, Naruto replied grimly. In the past half hour he had all but forgotten the fact that he may never see again. It'll be okay. Naruto-kun, Hinata said quietly to Naruto, trying to reassure him. She could sense that he was feeling sad. Naruto turned and gave Hinata a kind smile. Naruto was feeling better and proceeded to explain in intricate detail about his first C-rank turned A-rank mission. He had just got to the part where Kakashi defeated the demon brothers when the owner of the stand placed the bowls of ramen in front of Naruto and Hinata, although Naruto didn't notice. Naruto-kun, our ramen is here, Hinata interrupted Naruto. Is it? I didn't notice. Naruto chuckled. He carefully looked for the bowl with his hands. Once he found it, he instinctively reached for a pair of chopsticks, but couldn't find them. Someone moved the chopstick cup since last time I was here, Naruto said while carefully sweeping his hand along the counter looking for it. No, Naruto-kun, it was just out of your reach. Here, Hinata said as she put the chopsticks in Naruto's hand. She jumped slightly from the contact but not as much as before. Naruto didn't seem to notice. Oh, was it? I'm an idiot. Thanks, Hinata. Naruto smiled as he accepted the chopsticks from Hinata and broke them apart. Very carefully he lowered them down into the bowl. He applied pressure to them and brought them up to his mouth, but he didn't get any noodles. Over and over he tried but couldn't get any more than a few noodles at a time. Hinata, who was slurping up her noodles at a steady pace, noticed the trouble Naruto was having, when an idea popped into her head. Naruto-kun, would you like some help? It's just that, why, your ramen will get cold before you're finished it, Hinata said. Help. Oh, you don't have to. I'll manage, Naruto said. For some reason he was blushing at this. Naruto-kun, I'm here to help you. I don't mind, Hinata said while still blushing. Okay, thanks, I do have to eat after all, Naruto reasoned. Hinata took the chopsticks from Naruto's hand and lowered them into the bowl, successfully bringing out some ramen noodles. With a gulp she raised the end of the noodles to Naruto's mouth. He jumped slightly but opened his mouth and let the chopsticks in. As Naruto slurped up the noodles, Hinata giggled softly. She used the chopsticks to help the long strands of noodles to his mouth. This continued for a while, with Naruto giving away satisfied sighs as he swallowed each strand of noodles. Hinata was in the middle of raising another strand of noodles when suddenly. Oh, and what do we have here? A very sweet voice sounded behind them. Hinata dropped the chopsticks on the ground and Naruto choked on the noodles he was in the middle of swallowing. Hello, Sakura-chan, Ino-chan, Hinata greeted her two best friends nervously. She prayed that they wouldn't say anything that might give away to Naruto that she liked him. Hello, Hinata-chan, Sakura and Ino said in unison, still grinning horribly. Have you told him yet? Ino mouthed silently to Hinata. No, she mouthed back. Sakura and Ino looked at each other and smiled. They were planning something, thought Hinata. Hello, Naruto, said Ino and Sakura sweetly. Naruto slowly turned around to face the two new arrivals. Hello, Sakura-chan, Ino, said Naruto smiling. Sakura and Ino both saw his forehead protector over his eyes and were confused. Naruto, why do you have your headband covering your eyes? Asked Sakura, not sure what to think. Yeah, can't you see or something? Ino asked jokingly. Exactly. I can't see, Naruto said calmly. What? Why not? Ino asked, completely puzzled. Sakura had an idea of why but didn't say anything. Well, during our last mission we got into a fight with some ninjas. And they damaged your eyes. Ino interrupted. No, Sasuke did. He accidentally hit me with one of his fire techniques. Tsunade healed the burns, but there is some nerve damage. There is a chance that I will recover, but the odds are that I'll never see again, Naruto explained grimly. Oh, we're sorry about that, Naruto. We didn't know, Ino said apologetically. Naruto forced a smile on his face. That's alright. Come on, Join us for some ramen, Naruto said, his voice beginning to gain some of its energy. Thanks Naruto, Sakura said as she and Ino sat down. Welcome, the owner said to Ino and Sakura, what will it be? A bowl of shrimp ramen please, requested Sakura. A bowl of vegetable ramen for me please, Ino ordered. Naruto turned back around on his stool, to finish his ramen. Hinata, where are my chopsticks? Naruto asked as he was feeling around for them. I dropped them on the ground when Sakura-chan and Ino-chan came, I'll get some more, Hinata told Naruto. She reached out and got another pair of chopsticks and broke them apart. Here Naruto-kun, she said as she continued feeding Naruto the noodles. Sakura looked up from her bowl of ramen to see Hinata helping Naruto. She nudged Ino in the side to get her attention. She saw what they were doing and struggled not to laugh. Sakura turned to Ino. They're the perfect couple, Sakura mouthed. They're so cute, Ino mouthed back. Hinata put the chopsticks down. That's all the noodles, Naruto-kun, Hinata said as Naruto gripped the sides of the bowl and brought it up to his lips. She turned around to her own bowl of ramen then looked to the right to Ino and Sakura, who had broad smiles on their faces. Hinata's forgotten blush resurfaced. Naruto put down the bowl having drank the remnants. He let out a powerful satisfied sigh. Thanks Hinata, I could really go for another bowl if you don't mind, Naruto said. He heard a few giggles coming from Ino and Sakura but ignored them. If you want Naruto-kun, Hinata said kindly. Another miso ramen please. Naruto called to the owner. Hinata continued to eat her ramen. So Naruto. Naruto heard Ino's voice. How long are you going to be wearing those bandages under your headband? Well, Tsunade Obaa-chan said that they'll stay on for a week. If my eyes haven't started to heal by then, well, I may never see again, Naruto said. He was starting to get used to the idea of going without his sight permanently. So, in that week, does Hinata have to be with you all the time? Ino questioned, while both she and Sakura wore huge grins not unnoticed by Hinata, who felt another blush coming on. No, not all the time, she's going to leave me at night when I go to bed but she's going to be back in the morning, Naruto explained to Ino. So, an evil smile now decorated Ino's face. Is she going to help you shower? This sent Naruto of his chair and Ino and Sakura over the edge. They howled with laughter unable to contain themselves any longer, while Hinata who had been innocently finishing of her noodles began choking. No. Nothing like that. No, Ino and Sakura were trying to decide whose face was the darker shade of red. Naruto was on the ground was trying to get back up. His hands found themselves on the base of the stool. He used this as a guide to help him up once on his feet. He sat back down very carefully. Hey, are you all right, Naruto-kun? Hinata said, unwilling to look away from her ramen. Slowly their blushes went away. Naruto's ramen came and again he struggled with trying to get any noodles until Hinata offered to help once she had finished her own food. Hinata and Naruto decided to stay with Ino and Sakura at the Ichiraku stand, listening to stories of missions from each Ino, Sakura, and even Hinata. Sakura's stories were mainly retellings of the stories Naruto told Hinata except with Sasuke as the hero. Hinata was in the middle of a story about when her team had to fill in as waiters at a restaurant on the other side of town. Everyone was on the floor when Hinata described the antics of Kiba and Akamaru when they decided that they could balance numerous plates of food on their limbs at once. We could have done it, if it wasn't for that old bat's handbag getting in the way. The damn manger threw us out when I dropped all those plates on her head, said a voice coming from behind them. Kiba Kun. Hinata was feeling very embarrassed. The way Hinata told the story didn't portray Kiba and Akamaru in the best light. Hey, Hinata, what are you doing hanging around with these guys? You were meant to be training with us. Kiba said while Akamaru barked. I'm sorry Kiba-kun, I was helping Naruto-kun, I won't be training with you for the next week, didn't Kurenai-sensei tell you? Although Hinata could speak normally around Naruto and sometimes Sakura and Ino, she still had trouble talking with her teammates. Helping Naruto. Why does that idiot need help? Kiba laughed. At this, Naruto turned around and stood to face the voice. Of course he needs help. Anyone who thinks it's smart to put their headband over their eyes needs help. Kiba continued to laugh, now mockingly waving a hand in front of Naruto's face. Seeing what her teammate was doing to Naruto, an emotion Hinata had rarely felt bubbled within her, anger, towards Kiba. Hinata pushed Kiba back and stepped in between him and Naruto. Naruto sensed that Hinata now stood in between and decided to see what would happen. He knew that if he were to handle it, a fight would definitely ensue. Quote. Stay out of trouble. Naruto remembered Tsunade's earlier warnings. Kiba, it isn't funny, it is very serious. Hinata said as she was taking steps forward, forcing Kiba back. She had dropped the kun at the end of his name. There's a chance that Naruto-kun will never see again, and you think it's funny. Hinata growled. Naruto was impressed and even slightly intimidated by the voice of this new Hinata. Kiba now adopted Hinata's regular stance, shoulders hunched, head down and fingers together. Kiba was scared, his animal-like instincts told him to be afraid, very afraid. Akamaru had long since crawled his way into Kiba's jacket. Hinata, I'm sorry, I didn't think, Kiba said, trying his best to stop Hinata from exploding. He really should have thought before he started hurling insults at Naruto. He knew very well of her crush for Naruto and how angry she got when he made fun of him. He found out shortly after the third test prelims of the Chunin exams. Kiba started to make fun of how Naruto won their fight when they were training. Hinata heard this and almost shouted at Kiba. He was smart enough to see a crush, and he saw the one Hinata had for Naruto. I'm not the one you should be apologizing to, Kiba. Kiba looked up at Hinata with a pleading expression, but Hinata had none of it. She narrowed her eyes and Kiba knew he had the choice to apologize to Naruto or have his internal organs reduced to dust by an angry Hinata. Kiba didn't know exactly how angry Hinata could get. He wasn't sure that she would resort to violence, but he wasn't going to test out that theory. I'm sorry Naruto, I didn't know you really couldn't see, Kiba said, keeping his head down. That's alright Kiba. Just try to remember to get a scope of the situation before acting next time, Naruto said cheerfully. For some reason Naruto didn't hold any form of anger, except the anger he held for Neji when he hurt Hinata, but apart from that he wouldn't hold any sort of negative feeling against someone. Naruto often wondered this himself but decided that it was a side effect of his put a smile on everything attitude when he was growing up. Without another word Kiba left with his proverbial tail between his legs. Hinata let out the breath she forgot she was holding and turned around to see the approving smiles of Sakura and Ino, and a thankful smile from Naruto. Thanks Hinata, I probably would have gotten myself into a fight if I had said anything, Naruto said while still smiling. Well, we've spent enough time hanging around here, come on Ino, Sakura said. We'd better leave these two alone, Sakura mouthed to Ino after. Ino smiled back. Hinata realized what they were doing, she blushed and nodded. Goodbye Sakura-chan, Ino-chan, Hinata said with a smile of her own. See you later Hinata-chan, I hope your eyes get better Naruto, Sakura said kindly. Yeah, and just get Hinata to handle anyone who makes fun of you, Ino said jokingly. Good luck, Ino and Sakura mouthed to Hinata as they left. Thanks girls, I'll see you later, Naruto forced a smile. Without another word Ino and Sakura were gone. What would you like to do now, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked kindly. What time is it Hinata? Naruto asked. Hinata looked to the clock on the wall of the stand and was surprised. It's 5 o'clock Naruto-kun, she was surprised that so much time had passed since lunch. Is it? Okay. Time flies when you're having fun, Naruto chuckled. Or when you can't see, he added. Hinata noticed the sad tone in his voice. Try not to worry, Naruto-kun, everything just has a way of working itself out, you just have to give it time, Hinata reassured him. She used the same line to reassure herself when her father was telling her that she was weak. You're right, thanks Hinata. Alright, 5 o'clock, I'm usually still training at this time, but it seems that I won't be able to do that for a while, Naruto said, wondering what they could do. I got it. You can help me hone my senses. Naruto said, thinking it was the best idea he ever came up with. Hinata looked puzzled. What do you mean, Naruto-kun? Naruto stood up from the stool. I'll explain while we walk. Come on, Naruto said as he held out his hand for Hinata. Hinata once again placed his hand on her arm but was feeling reluctant to helping him train. She guessed that she would see what Naruto meant, and if she thought that it might be strenuous to him, then she would tell him not to do it. What I had in mind is simple. Since I can't use my sight, I might as well get my remaining senses to fill in. Hinata was still confused of what he meant but decided that she would allow him to do this. How do you plan to do this, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked. A smile came across Naruto's face. We'll train my 4 remaining senses individually so they can fill in for my lack of sight. I refuse to give up my life as a ninja whether I lose my sight or not. Naruto said. Hinata smiled at Naruto's display of courage. It's going to be difficult to live as a ninja without your sight, Naruto-kun. If I were in your position, I would be too scared to leave the house, Hinata said sadly. Naruto turned his head to face Hinata. Hinata, I'll tell you a secret. I'm scared out of my mind. This morning when I woke up, I didn't know if I was alone in the hospital room. I could hear people talking and walking around, but I couldn't tell if they were inside the room or echoes coming from the corridor. And earlier when Kiba came, I didn't know what was happening. I thought I was going to get into a fight with him. That thought scared me. My point is, Hinata, don't think that I'm not afraid, 'cause I am, but that fear is keeping me going. I want to get stronger despite the loss of my sight. I won't go back on my words. Hinata smiled at this. That's your way of the ninja, Hinata said. Naruto burst out laughing, along with Hinata. After 10 minutes of walking, Hinata and Naruto arrived at the training field. Hinata wasn't sure how to proceed but decided that Naruto had a plan. Okay, this is what I would like you to do, Hinata. Gather 12 rocks and place them in a clock face about 3 meters away from me. Once that is done, I will face one stone and you will stand over a random stone in the circle and snap your fingers, and I've got to say which stone you're at, understand? Naruto finished explaining. Yes, Naruto-kun, said Hinata as she proceeded to gather the rocks. She placed them in about a 3-meter radius of Naruto, who was kneeling down. I'm ready, Naruto-kun, Hinata informed as she placed the last rock down. Good. Now stand at any one rock and snap your fingers. Hinata stood at the rock at 8 o'clock from where Naruto was facing and snapped her fingers. After a few seconds of thought, he figured out which rock she was at. 6 o'clock. Naruto said triumphantly. Hinata sighed. This could take a while. No, Naruto-kun, 8 o'clock. Hinata could just hear Naruto cursing under his breath. Alright, let's try this again. Hinata changed to the 3 o'clock rock and snapped her fingers. 2 o'clock. Naruto said with just as much triumph as before. 3. Hinata sighed. They kept at this for a few hours after the sun went down before Hinata decided that it was time to go see Tsunade. Naruto did manage to sense where Hinata was by the end of the session, but Hinata wasn't sure if it was just pure luck. Although his guesses were only within 2 hours of where Hinata was standing, Naruto was still feeling proud of himself. I'm sure I could have sensed you better if my eyes weren't hurting, Naruto said, trying to make an excuse. He felt Hinata jerk to a stop. Hinata, what is it? Ah. As Hinata stopped, Naruto kept on moving, which unfortunately made him trip over a large rock which was sticking out of the ground. Hinata saw that Naruto was falling and tried to stop him. Her grip on his arm turned Naruto around as he was falling so he would land on his back, but Naruto's weight brought her down on top of him. With a grunt, Naruto hit the ground and a split second later a weight dropped down on top of him. He could only guess that it was Hinata. Both blushed heavily at this. Hinata struggled to get up. Her arms were weighed down underneath Naruto's body. Naruto just lay there completely entranced by Hinata's sweet smell. They were so close that they could feel each other's body heat. Hinata was struggling to free her hands to get up because her face was unbelievably close to Naruto's. She managed to wriggle her hands out from behind Naruto and pushed herself up. She felt very weak need from the closeness to Naruto but found the strength to stand. Naruto was busy thinking about how nice that felt. Nice. Oh god. That damn perverted hermit is having an effect on me. Okay, clear my mind and stand up. Naruto said inside his head. Are you alright, Naruto-kun? Naruto heard Hinata's voice. I'm fine, thanks Hinata. Come on, let's get going, Naruto said shakily. He held out his hand and felt Hinata's hand place it on her arm as she began to guide him again. I'm sorry for making you fall, Naruto-kun, it's just that you said that you had a pain in your eyes, and that's meant to be a sign that they're healing, right? Naruto stopped abruptly at Hinata's words. It wasn't your fault that I fell, but you're right, my eyes are healing, Naruto said happily. Before long they reached the village headquarters. We're here, Naruto-kun, Hinata said, her stuttering now forgotten. Okay. Let's go see what Oba-chan has to say, Naruto said, starting to feel the day catching up to him. He couldn't wait to go home and crawl into bed. He then idly thought about what it must be like to fall asleep with Hinata in his arms like she was earlier. After he realized what he just thought, he turned bright red. Naruto-kun, are you alright? You seem to be heating up, Hinata asked, concerned as she pushed the doors to the building open. I'm fine, just a bit tired, Naruto said, trying to stop blushing. Hinata guided Naruto followed a sign saying, Hokage office, up some stairs and along a corridor. There was a Junin standing guard outside the office. He nodded to Hinata, signaling that she could go in. Tsunade had probably informed him that they were coming. She opened the door and guided Naruto inside before closing the door behind her. What Hinata saw was hard not to laugh at. Tsunade had seemingly fallen asleep over her desk, using a number of scrolls as a pillow. She was snoring but not very loudly. Hinata brought Naruto closer to the desk. Hokage-sama, Hinata called out, trying to wake her up, but to no avail. Here, Hinata, let me try, Naruto said before taking in a deep breath. I'll give you 10-to-1 odds at 3-card Monty. Tsunade sat bone-breakingly upright and was wide awake at this. I'll take those odds, she shouted, instinctively taking an easy bet. Wah, Naruto. Don't do that again, Tsunade said as she realized that there was no bet to be had. Naruto was busy laughing his head off. I see Hinata has kept you out of trouble, Naruto. I'm glad I asked her to take care of you and not someone like Jiraiya. Hinata, help him into a seat while I take a look at him, please, Tsunade asked. Hinata helped Naruto into a chair that was in front of the desk. Tsunade came round her desk and sat in a second chair opposite Naruto. Naruto, please remove your forehead protector, Tsunade asked as she prepared an analyzing technique. Naruto removed his headband to expose the bandages. Hey Oba-chan, my eyes have started to hurt, Naruto informed excitedly. Tsunade concentrated on the jutsu instead of giving in to the urge to strike Naruto across the head. That's a good sign, but I would have expected for the pain to surface sooner, Tsunade said. She noticed the smile disappear from Naruto's face and once again felt bad for making Naruto feel down. Well, Naruto, your eyes have started to heal but slowly. I'm afraid it still looks grim, Tsunade said before she cancelled the technique. So anyway, how did you two get on today? Tsunade asked, trying to change the subject. It was fun, although it was a bit difficult at times, Naruto replied with a chuckle. Hinata giggled as well. I also improved my hearing skills, in case I have to get used to a sightless life, Naruto said. Okay then, that's good to hear. It's getting late, so why don't you take Naruto home, Hinata? Naruto, do you have a spare key to your apartment lying around? Tsunade asked. I think so, why? Naruto was curious. I just think that Hinata should have a key so she can get in the morning and so she can lock up at night, Tsunade told Naruto. Oh, alright, I'll give it to her later, then, Naruto said. Good, now off you go, I don't want you falling asleep over my desk, Tsunade said, feeling her eyelids beginning to feel heavy. Okay then, come on Hinata, let's go, Naruto said as he put his forehead protector over his eyes. Naruto stood up and Hinata reached out for his hand and placed it on her arm. Good night Hokage-sama, said Hinata as she led him out of the office. Tsunade just waved her hand as she fought a yawn. Hinata led Naruto out of the main gates of the village headquarters and proceeded down the main street of the village. Hinata, do you know where you're going? Naruto wasn't sure if she knew where he lived. Yes, Naruto-kun, I've seen you enter an apartment block a few times in the west of the village. In truth, she had been secretly watching him and had seen him go up the stairs of his apartment, but she wasn't about to say that part. That's good, I'd have a hard time trying to guide you, Naruto said. They walked for about 10 minutes without one word passing between them, until Naruto, who was desperate to break the silence, decided to say something. Hinata, thanks. Thanks for helping me today. I don't know where I'd be if I didn't have you to guide me. If it were Sakura guiding me, I would probably have gotten into a fight with Kiba or walked into a lamp post, Naruto said. You're welcome, Naruto-kun. I actually enjoyed myself today, smiled Hinata. Before they realized it, they had arrived at Naruto's apartment. Naruto-kun, we're here, Hinata informed Naruto. Okay. My apartment is on the second floor, Naruto said as Hinata led him toward the stairs. Noticing the upcoming hazard with a blind Naruto climbing stairs, Hinata turned to Naruto. Naruto-kun, be very careful here. Put your other hand on the rail and don't rush, Hinata warned him. Naruto just nodded. Slowly but surely they climbed the stairs and soon enough they reached the top. It's the second door, he told Hinata. She guided him over and Naruto got out his key and unlocked the door. Blushing from the prospect of seeing the inside of Naruto's apartment, she stepped inside with Naruto. She searched on the wall for a light switch so she could guide Naruto around. She found it and flicked it to the on position. When the light filled the room, Hinata was surprised that Naruto could the place so tidy. She maneuvered him around the few pieces of furniture Naruto did own and through an open door she guessed was the bedroom. She found the light switch and flicked it. Apart from a few scrolls on the floor and a cluttered desk, it was clean. Thanks, Hinata. I can take it from here, Naruto said as he walked into his bed. Naruto-kun, I've been told to stay until you are in bed, and you were meant to give me a key, Hinata said, amazed she didn't stutter, even if she did blush, but at least Naruto couldn't see that. Naruto nodded as he reached out a hand to find his bedside table. Once he found it, he put his hand in a bowl and he started to search around in. Hinata could hear the jingle of coins and other metallic objects before Naruto produced a key. He held it out in front of and waited for Hinata to take it. Here's the key. It's a bit difficult to turn, but just jiggle it a few times and it should work, Naruto said as he sat down on the bed. Thank you, Naruto-kun, I'll wait outside. Hinata tried not to laugh when she noticed the penguin pajamas on his bed on her way out. I bet he must look so cute in those, Hinata thought to herself before blushing furiously. Oh god, I left my penguin pajamas out before I left, I hope she didn't see them. Naruto thought as he felt the night clothing on his bed. He decided not to worry about it and started to undress. Hinata waited patiently outside his room. She heard a few curses coming from inside the room, but nothing that would merit her needing to go inside and helping him. Naruto proceeded to change into his pajamas with a little difficulty but managed to do it in the end. It wasn't long before he was curled up in bed. Thanks, Hinata. You can go now. If you can come here around about 9 o'clock, that'll be great. Naruto called out to the door. Good night, Naruto-kun. See you tomorrow, Hinata replied as she made her way to the front door. If she was anyone else, I probably would have shouted to her for saying, "See, I wonder why I didn't say anything to her." Before too long, Naruto was asleep and dreaming, not about falling down a hole or being pushed around, but of a certain blue-haired girl who he was rapidly growing fond of. After a blissful dream, Naruto woke feeling very relaxed. After remembering his dream, Naruto felt very hot in the cheeks. In this dream, Hinata had confessed her love for him. They spent the entire dream holding each other and saying sweet things to each other. The thing that scared Naruto the most was that he almost groaned in disappointment when he realized that it had all been a dream. He sighed deeply and waited for Hinata to come for him. The lack of birdsong outside suggested to Naruto that it was still pre-dawn. Naruto was starting to fully appreciate his sightless state. he never knew how calming the sound of the wind could be, or the crunch of dirt beneath his sandals as he walked, or the heavenly voice of Hinata. Damn it. Why do I keep on getting these thoughts? It's all that damn pervert's fault. He's having a bad influence on me, Naruto grumbled to himself. Besides, it's not like she would like me in that way, Naruto added sorrowfully. All of a sudden Naruto felt something rumble around in his bowels. Oh boy, I completely forgot, Naruto said to himself. Knowing the consequences of having a bowel movement here in his bed, Naruto rolled out of bed and ran to the bathroom. Through many nights of staggering around his apartment in darkness, Naruto could walk his way to the bathroom with his eyes closed, well, when he could see, that is. On his quest for the bathroom, he managed to hit his foot of the bedside table, walk into the door and knock over a stack of scrolls that were near his door. Naruto proceeded to run into the bathroom and slam the door, to take care of business. Hinata awoke from a similar dream to Naruto's, although she, usually, wakes up from that dream. Except when she has dreams of not being good enough in her clan's eyes. Looking over at her clock, she realizes that it is just after 6. She decides to get up instead of risking oversleeping again. She removes the covers and gets up, and walks over to her wardrobe to pick out her clothes for the day. Once she decided on her clothes, she took them into her bathroom. She removed her nightclothes and stepped into the bathtub and turned on the shower. After she had washed her hair and cleansed her body, she stepped out of the tub and dried herself. Then she put on her clothes for the day. After brushing her teeth and combing her hair, she walked out of the bathroom and proceeded out of her room and downstairs to breakfast, where she met her father. Good morning, father, Hinata said, feeling her head drop down. Hiashi eyed his daughter. I have been told that you have walking around with Uzumaki Naruto, Hiashi said unemotionally. That's true, father, but and I hear that you stood up to your teammate when he made fun of Uzumaki Naruto. Hinata briefly raised her head, she wasn't sure anymore of where he was going with this. Yes, father, Hinata replied. Hinata could see her father's face and he appeared to be smiling. Hinata raised her head to get a better look at her father. He was definitely smiling. It was small, but there was no mistaking. Father. Hinata was unsure about her father. It looks like you are growing more confident, my daughter. Maybe I was wrong about you, Hiashi said before turning around and leaving a speechless Hinata to her own thoughts. He has never called me his daughter before. I have never heard him admitting that he might be wrong either, Hinata said to herself. After a few minutes of recovery, she decided to continue to the dining hall for breakfast but couldn't keep her thoughts off her father. As she sat down, a servant placed a tray of breakfast in front of her. It was a small breakfast, just a bowl of rice and a plate of small cooked fish with some green tea. As she ate, she felt another presence in the room. She turned around to see Neji walking towards her. She began to feel uneasy. She remembered how she bumped into him the previous day and how she didn't apologize. Hinata sat back around in her chair, waiting to hear what Neji had to say. He drew near and pulled out a chair and sat next to Hinata. It's that Naruto, isn't it, Hinata-sama? Neji said. Hinata looked toward Neji. He no longer thought of her as an inferior person but now as a caring individual. Although he was still easily annoyed, Neji was now a likable guy. It seems that everyone but Naruto-kun knows, Hinata thought as she smiled with a faint blush on her cheeks. Is it really that obvious, Neji-ni-san? Hinata asked. Neji's face now became very serious. Hinata-sama, are you sure you want to do it? Remember, you don't have to. There are other ways of becoming stronger. Are you sure you thought it through? Neji asked. Hinata knew what he was talking about. I know there are other ways, but I've thought it through. I thought about it almost all day on Monday, up until I heard about Naruto-kun, and I have made up my mind, Hinata said. Hinata-sama, the first time I tried it, my body almost ripped apart. I urge you not to go through with it. I acknowledge that you have gotten stronger, but I still think it's too soon, Neji said. Thank you, Neji-ni-san, but my father is starting to have greater expectations of me. I just don't want to let him down again. I want to do this, Hinata said. Neji looked at Hinata with a hint of admiration. At this, Hinata stood up and walked towards the door. Although it was only 7:30, she decided to go out for a walk to think things over. I've always wanted to become stronger, but I can never seem to amount to anything. Now, I'm becoming stronger. I'm changing for the better. I know that I'm ready, Hinata thought. Once Naruto had finished, he stood up and washed his hands and brushed his teeth, and noticing the smell around him, he searched around for his can of air freshener and sprayed the air, replacing it with a fresh natural smell. He sighed in relief and walked back to his bedroom, deciding that it would be the safest place to wait for Hinata. While he waited, he thought he might as well change, but he had forgotten where he put his clothes last night. I should really stop throwing my. Oh god, no. My boxers. She's going to see my boxers on the ground. What am I going to do? Naruto shouted as the realization hit him, so he spent the remainder of his time on the floor trying to find his clothes, but he found nothing but his forehead protector, which he placed on his bedside table for later. A few more minutes of crawling around on the ground and Naruto heard the locks of his door begin to turn. Oh crap, Naruto said to himself. Quickly he got to his feet and got back to his bed, and pulled the covers up to his neck as if he were asleep. Maybe she won't see them, Naruto thought hopefully. Who am I kidding? Of course she'll see them. She's going to have to hand me my clothes after all, he reminded himself. He heard the door open and shut, and shortly after he heard his bedroom door open and someone enter. It had to be Hinata. Naruto-kun, are you asleep? He heard Hinata's sweet voice. Naruto decided to stay quiet. He heard the opening of his cupboard and the clatter of clothes hangers. She must be getting some clean clothes for the day. I wonder why I didn't think of that. He then heard a squeak, one that he heard every time he opened his underwear drawer. Naruto gulped silently at this. He heard another squeak, only this one seemed to come from Hinata. A few seconds later he heard the drawer in the cupboard close and footsteps approach him. Naruto-kun, it's time to get up, Hinata said, nervous about holding Naruto's clothing. Naruto then felt a hand on his shoulder and gently shake him. Naruto decided to cut it out and wake up. Huh, Hinata-chan, is that you? Naruto asked, not even noticing that he added chan at the end of her name. Hinata blushed furiously but responded. Yes, Naruto-kun, it is me. I have some of your clean clothes, seeing as that you have been wearing your other clothes for a couple of days. Thanks, Hinata-chan. Just put them down on the bed please, Naruto asked. Something felt different. Oh crap. I called her chan, it just felt so natural though, and she didn't seem to mind, Naruto thought as he sat up in bed, causing the cover to fall down. I was right, he does look cute in those, thought Hinata while her blush intensified. Naruto felt his clothes, trying to figure out which piece is what. He found his t-shirt and proceeded to remove his cap and pajama top. Hinata felt like she was going to faint from this, so she decided to wait outside. Naruto heard his door open and close. Oops. I should have asked her to wait outside before I started getting changed, Naruto thought as he started to blush. He decided that it was easier to get changed while he was lying down, so he didn't take as much time as before. Once he was fully dressed, he reached out to the bedside table and picked off his forehead protector where he left it a few minutes ago. Naruto swung his legs out of bed so that he was sitting on the bed and slipped on his sandals. Now completely dressed, Naruto walked towards the door to where Hinata was. He placed his hand on the handle and opened the door. He heard a noise that sounded like a gasp. He took one step forward before he felt something fall back on him. Hinata was leaning against the other side of the door trying to forget how cute Naruto looked in his pajamas when suddenly the door opened and she fell back. By reflex, Naruto stuck out his hands to catch whatever it was that fell on him. Oh no. His hands are very close to my breasts, Hinata thought as she looked down to where Naruto's hands were. I'm sorry Naruto-kun, I didn't mean to fall on you again, I was just thinking, Hinata said as Naruto put her back on her feet. Don't worry about it, Hinata-chan, it was my fault, I should have called to you first, Naruto said cheerfully. Naruto-kun, would you like some breakfast? Hinata asked, her embarrassment subsiding. I would love some, Hinata-chan, I haven't eaten since the ramen stand yesterday, said Naruto. Hinata smiled. Okay then, have a seat at the table and I'll prepare some ramen for you, Hinata said. You know me too well, Hinata-chan. Naruto laughed as he sat down. Hinata was starting to get used to him calling her that. What would you like to do after breakfast, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked as she prepared the ramen. Well, I suppose we could go and meet up with my team. I still haven't spoken with Sasuke yet, Naruto said unemotionally. Okay then, that's what we'll do, Hinata said, pouring the boiled water into the cup of ramen and the rest in a teacup so she could have something to drink while she waited for Naruto. What do you plan to say to him when we meet him? Hinata said, being careful not to say, see. She placed the cup of ramen in Naruto's hand and then sat down with her cup of tea. I'll just wait to hear what he has to say, Naruto replied before eating his ramen. He was getting better at it. Hinata decided that she wouldn't have to help him this time. Shame, thought Hinata as she sipped her tea. Hinata, I've been meaning to ask, what does your family think of you hanging around with me? I know how everyone thinks of me and your family won't be much different, will they? Naruto asked. Hinata was unsure how to answer. It's true that my father thought badly of you, but no, I think he is changing his mind. When I spoke to him this morning, he didn't seem angry that I was with you. In fact, he is starting to look at me differently, Hinata said, remembering her previous talk with her father and with Neji. Well, that's good, Hinata. If he is starting to see what I see, then your life should get easier, right? Naruto said. I just don't want to let him down. I may be changing, but I don't think that I'm getting much stronger, Hinata said a little sadly. Naruto was confused. Hinata, you are much stronger than you think. You had the courage to stand up to Neji when he was saying that you were nothing, and just yesterday you faced down your own teammate when he insulted one of your friends. Hinata looked up at this and smiled. Thank you, Naruto-kun, Hinata said, feeling relieved of her past worries. You're welcome, Hinata-chan. Naruto smiled his most caring and warmest smiles, which made Hinata feel very happy about herself. Well, I'm finished my ramen, shall we leave? Naruto said while still smiling. Yes, Naruto-kun, Hinata replied as she finished her tea and set it down on the table. Hinata stood up and walked around to Naruto and placed his hand on her arm and carefully guided him out of his apartment. Sakura and Sasuke were both waiting for Kakashi at the bridge where they usually meet. It's the first time they've seen their sensei since they got back from their last mission, and Sakura is feeling a bit uneasy since it just didn't feel right without Naruto, although she was happy that it meant a chance to get Naruto and her best friend to hook up, but she couldn't shake the thoughts of Naruto never being able to see again. This was the first time she was alone with Sasuke without trying to flirt with him. Sasuke notices this and decides to be the one to start talking. Hey Sakura, do you know why Naruto isn't here? I haven't seen him since the mission, Sasuke said. Sakura looked up truly shocked. She never knew Sasuke to say anything when he didn't have to. He doesn't know, Sakura thought to herself. Sasuke-kun, Naruto is injured, Sakura said, unsure of how to tell him. Injured, Sasuke said. His voice had the slightest hint of remorse. He can't see, Sasuke-kun, when the flames hit his face, they damaged the nerves and cost Naruto his sight, and the chances are not in favor of him getting his sight back, Sakura explained, afraid she just made him feel guilty. It's my fault. If I had only aimed slightly to the left, Naruto would still be able to see, but now, he will probably never be able to live as a ninja again, Sasuke said, looking down in shame. You mustn't think like that, Sasuke-kun. If it was slightly to the right, then you would have killed Naruto. He'll be alright, Sakura said, desperate to raise his spirits. They remained silent for another 20 minutes before they heard Naruto's voice. Sakura turned and waved to Hinata, and Sasuke stood up straight. Knowing that Naruto was approaching, Sasuke shot a glance to Sakura and she looked towards him. Don't worry about it. Naruto doesn't hold grudges, Sakura whispered to Sasuke. Sasuke merely nodded. Hi Naruto. Good morning Hinata-chan, Sakura said cheerfully. Hinata smiled and nodded. Hello Sakura-chan, Naruto said smiling, which dimmed when he felt the presence of Sasuke. Hey, Sasuke, Naruto greeted, his voice lacking energy. Naruto, Sasuke responded, an awkward silence loomed over them. Kakashi-sensei is late again, I see, Naruto said, breaking the silence. Sasuke decided to say something. Naruto, I'm sorry, Sasuke struggled to say. Everyone raised their heads and looked at Sasuke with awe. Don't worry about it Sasuke, Naruto said happily. Hinata smiled and looked at Naruto and placed a comforting hand on his. With a smile, Sasuke turned around and looked over the side of the bridge. Naruto expected no less. What have you two been up to then? Sakura asked Naruto and Hinata. Nothing much. Hinata-chan has just been helping me around, Naruto explained. Hinata-chan. Sakura thought as she broke into a smile. Hinata caught sight of this and blushed. She could tell what she was thinking. Oh, okay then. What are you two doing here anyway? I don't think you'll be allowed to do missions in your current state, Sakura asked. What? I'm not allowed to visit my own friends, Naruto asked, faking hurt. Ah, come on Naruto, you know I didn't mean it like that. Sakura smiled as Hinata and Naruto smiled back. Yo, guys, a voice came from behind them. You're late. Sakura screamed at her sensei. Naruto stayed quiet because he didn't have to be there. Ah, well the thing is, I put my forehead protector over the wrong eye and as I was walking, I started to copy a street mime who I saw on the way here, Kakashi said as he acted like he was trapped in a box. Sakura and Naruto were cursing under their breaths while Hinata giggled at Kakashi performing a mime. Given away by her giggle, Kakashi looked toward Hinata, who averted her eyes and then he looked to Naruto. Remembering that he was told by Tsunade that he had lost his sight, Kakashi decided to say something. So Naruto, is my cover up an eye with your forehead protector style catching on? Kakashi chuckled. Naruto forced a laugh, knowing that he was trying to make light of the situation. So what are you guys going to be doing today then? Naruto asked Kakashi. Well, that's the thing, I kinda forgot to tell them that there will be no missions for Team 7 until your condition is decided, Kakashi said. Naruto sensed an intent violent aura coming from both Sakura and Sasuke. Naruto knew what was about to happen, so he put his arm in front of Hinata and gently pushed her back while walking out of the line between Sasuke, Sakura and Kakashi. Naruto-kun, what are yo? Trust me Hinata-chan, this could get ugly, Naruto told Hinata as he awaited the following moments. You mean to tell us that we didn't even have to be here? Sakura screamed. And you have the nerve to show up late as well, Sasuke said, although not as loud as Sakura. It was dripping with anger. Didn't I tell you about the mime? Kakashi questioned, once again pretending to be trapped in a box, seemingly oblivious to their intent. Without another word, Sakura and Sasuke charged at Kakashi, screaming like banshees. A volley of kicks and punches were delivered to Kakashi only to have him disappear. A goddamn shadow clone, Sakura screamed. Naruto decided to try and defuse the situation before they decided to hunt for Kakashi's skin. Well, since you guys aren't going to train, why don't you hang out with Hinata-chan and I? Naruto suggested happily. Sure, Sasuke said unemotionally. Secretly he was happy to be invited. It showed that Naruto didn't care about what he did to him. I have to agree with Sasuke-kun, I can't What? You're actually going, Sasuke-kun? Well, my day is free, I'll come as well, Sakura said. It wasn't that she didn't want to hang out with Naruto and Hinata, it's just that she would prefer to hang out with Sasuke. Great. Let's go, Naruto said as he pumped his fist into the air and began to walk forward. Unfortunately, he forgot that he should have taken hold of Hinata's arm first. He cursed himself as he tripped over yet another rock sticking out the ground. Naruto fell flat on his face while Sakura snickered at him. Hinata, however, was a lot more concerned. Naruto-kun, are you alright? Hinata asked as she helped Naruto to his feet. It seems that every time I let go of you, I fall over, Naruto joked before both Hinata and himself remembered what had happened the previous night. Both blushed simultaneously. Sakura noticed this and wondered what had happened. It won't be long before these two get together, inner Sakura laughed. Hinata helped Naruto to his feet and placed his hand firmly on her arm. Naruto-kun, please try not to move unless you are holding onto me, Hinata told Naruto. Sasuke gave Sakura a questioning look. Just wait. Sakura mouthed to Sasuke and winked. Sasuke mentally kicked himself for blushing but was relieved to see that Sakura had turned back to Hinata and Naruto with a blush of her own. Maybe she didn't notice, but why did I blush in the first place? Sasuke thought to himself, but unknown to him, Sasuke's blush did not go unnoticed by Sakura. What was that for? Inner Sakura said, almost unable to speak. Hey, Naruto, what are we going to do today? Sakura asked, breaking everyone's line of thought. Well, we could start by getting some ramen, then decide what to do from there, Naruto suggested. Fair enough, Sasuke said. Again, Naruto, we spent almost all day yesterday at the ramen stand, Sakura said, trying not to sound too irritated. I didn't say we should spend all day there again, I just thought that we could think about what we could do today, at the stand and get something to eat while we're there. Besides, you always think better on a full stomach, Naruto explained. Fine, let's go, Sakura said, taking the lead with Sasuke following after. Naruto started to walk forward as he felt Hinata guide him. The four of them made their way to the ramen stand and listened to Naruto explain his blind training methods. Sasuke, Sakura and Hinata all had their own thoughts on Naruto. I can't believe how determined Naruto is. Even after he lost his sight he continues to push forward, Sasuke thought with admiration. He's strong and a true friend, I hope he gets his sight back, Sakura thought. Naruto-kun, you are truly strong, I only wish I had the courage to tell you how I feel about you, Hinata smiled as she listened to Naruto explain about yesterday's training. When they arrived at the Ichiraku, Naruto was explaining that no matter what happened he would get through this. Naruto-kun, we're here, again, Hinata said to Naruto. Great. Well, let's go inside already, Naruto said, earning him smirks from his companions. Hinata guided Naruto inside and helped him onto one of the stools before sitting herself down. Sasuke and Sakura sat down next to Hinata. Welcome, greeted the owner as he looked at his latest customers. What'll it be? He asked happily. Miso for me please, Naruto ordered excitedly. Some chicken ramen for me please, Hinata requested politely. Same for me please, Sakura asked. I'll have today's special, Sasuke said. The owner smiled and turned around and started to put the necessary ingredients into the bowls. So, any ideas yet? Sakura looked around the group. Quote. 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 I'll take that as a no, then shall I? Sakura said as she rested her head on her propped up arm. The annoying 3-minute waiting time for ramen passed and no suggestions had been put forward. Here you are, enjoy, the owner said as he placed the 4 bowls in front of his customers. Maybe the ramen will help, Sakura said as she picked out some chopsticks and started to eat. Hinata reached for 2 pairs of chopsticks and handed one to Naruto. Do you think you'll manage, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked as she broke apart her chopsticks. I'll do my best, but can I count on your help if I run into trouble, Hinata-chan? Naruto asked cheekily. Of course, Naruto-kun, Hinata replied in the same tone, smiling. Naruto broke apart his chopsticks and carefully lowered them into the bowl. Strange, Sasuke thought, noticing the interaction between Naruto and Hinata. He filed away his thoughts for the time being and turned his attention back on his food. Naruto was having difficulty with his ramen but not as much as the previous day. Today he was able to catch strands of ramen, although everyone was finished before him. Naruto-kun, I think that I should help you, Hinata said quietly to Naruto, while Sakura had turned her gaze on Sasuke. Alright, Hinata-chan, I guess I do need help. Who'da thought that you need to be able to see? To eat ramen, Naruto replied, holding out his chopsticks. Hinata smiled as she accepted them and began to feed him like the previous day. Sakura turned around when she heard Hinata giggling softly at Naruto's slurping. She smiled at the two of them and idly thought about doing the same with Sasuke. She turned to face the center of her thoughts and was surprised to see him staring at her, with his head resting on his propped-up arm. Inner Sakura raised an eyebrow as Sakura mirrored Sasuke. About 3 seconds later Sasuke realized what he was doing and that Sakura was staring back at him. Another dreaded blush tainted his face. He did his best to hide it but it proved useless as Sakura started to softly laugh at him. Sasuke even smirked at her laughter. Hinata turned around to see what was going on and smiled to see Sasuke and Sakura gazing into each other's eyes. She turned back to Naruto. Sasuke and Sakura-chan seemed to be getting along very well. Naruto-kun, Hinata whispered to Naruto. Naruto's face lit up in a smile. Really? Grinned Naruto. I think it won't be long until Sakura-chan finally gets her wish, Naruto whispered. And Naruto-kun. I thought you liked Sakura-chan, Hinata cautiously said. Well, as of a few weeks ago, I've given up on her. Besides, she loves Sasuke, Naruto explained, trying to keep quiet seeing as though Sasuke was only 2 persons away. Did I hear him right? He's given up on her. Then I have a chance. Hinata squealed in happiness in her mind. That's very nice of you Naruto-kun, Hinata said, trying not to sound too excited. Hey, why don't we go to the lake? We could sit on the banks and hang out there for a while, Sasuke suggested, breaking everyone's thoughts. Secretly he just thought of it to break the silence between Sakura and himself. That sounds nice, Hinata said. Naruto made an agreeable noise and Sakura smiled and nodded. Sakura and Sasuke stood up and left while Hinata aided Naruto to his feet and soon followed. As they walked, Naruto was wondering about something. Hinata-chan, why did you come to see me in the first place, in the hospital? Naruto asked. Hinata blushed and tried to dodge the obvious answer. Why, you've done so much for me that I felt that it was the least I could do, Hinata replied. She was glad that she didn't lie to him, and that she didn't have to tell him about her feelings for him. I'm really happy you did, Naruto smiled as he gently patted her arm. After a brisk 15-minute walk they arrived at the banks of a lake on the outskirts of the village, next to the field where Naruto trained the night before. The afternoon sun was shining down and warming the ground. They walked closer to the lake and sat down on the grass and lay back. This is nice, Sasuke-kun, Sakura said, it's so relaxing. It's the perfect time of day for it as well, Hinata pointed out. I could stay here all day. This is so relaxing, Naruto said, feeling very comfortable, with the light breeze, the sun shining and the sounds of the waves crashing on the banks. Sasuke sounded. Clearly he was feeling as comfortable as the others. Come on Hinata-chan, let's go get a few things, Sakura said as she grunted to get up. Do I have to? Hinata said, really not wanting to get up. I just thought that if we are going to stay here all day then we might get a few things and bring them here, so you and I could go to my house and gather together some stuff, Sakura explained, dusting off the grass that was on her behind. Alright, fine, Hinata pouted as she struggled to get to her feet. Okay guys, you heard me, we'll be back in about 10 minutes, Sakura said as the two girls walked off together. Once he could no longer sense the girls, an evil grin cracked wide open on Naruto's face. Sasuke, what do you think of Sakura-chan? Naruto could hear the change in Sasuke's breathing patterns. Well, I don't think she's annoying anymore, Sasuke said, picking his words carefully. Really? Naruto said, intrigued. So does that mean that you're starting to like her? Sasuke once again felt like his face was a hot air balloon. What about you? I thought you liked Sakura, Sasuke asked evadedly. Not anymore, and don't change the subject. I refuse to answer the question, Sasuke said. So you're not saying you don't like Sakura-chan, Naruto said, grinning like a madman. Quote. Sasuke wisely stayed quiet. Ha. Naruto was ecstatic with his victory but decided to shut up before he was told. The two girls were walking through the streets leading to Sakura's house. Sakura-chan, do you think Naruto-kun would ever go out with me? Hinata asked one of her best friends. Well, I'm not going to pretend that I know how Naruto thinks, but I do think that he's growing fond of you. I think you're in for a chance, Sakura said hopefully. She smiled as she saw Hinata do the same. What about Sasuke and yourself? What do you think your chances are? Hinata asked. I'm not sure. I think he's starting to notice me, but I'm not sure, Sakura said doubtfully. I wouldn't say that, Hinata said, remembering his attitude at the ramen stand. Just give it time. Thanks, Hinata-chan, Sakura smiled. They arrived at Sakura's house and went inside. Sakura's mother wasn't home at the time, so she was free to gather up whatever she wanted without question. They left the house with a few ground blankets and bag full of snacks and headed toward the field where Sasuke and Naruto were left. Sakura-chan, do you think it was a good idea to leave Sasuke and Naruto-kun alone? Hinata asked. Yeah, Hinata-chan, sure, well, we'll see, Sakura replied, unsure of what to say. Back with Naruto and Sasuke, they hadn't said anything to each for a while. Sasuke, why don't you like Sakura-chan? Naruto asked. I never said I didn't like her, Sasuke said. He decided he should turn the tables on Naruto before he had a chance to say anything else. So, if you don't like Sakura, then who do you like? Sasuke questioned. I don't know, I don't think about these things, Naruto said. For some reason he thought about Hinata and blushed. Idiot, you really are blind, Sasuke said. It's your fault. Naruto threw back. No, idiot, you can't see what is in front of your face. Sasuke tried to point out that someone liked him. Of course I can't see what's in front of my face. I'm blind, remember, Naruto said, unable to grasp what Sasuke was saying. Forget it, Sasuke screamed in frustration, falling back on the grass. Naruto sensed two people approaching. We're back, Sakura said in a sing-song voice. Sakura set the bag of snacks on the ground and spread out the blankets. Hinata walked over to Naruto. Naruto-kun, we've brought blankets so you don't have to sit on the grass anymore, Hinata told him. Thanks, Hinata-chan. Naruto smiled happily as he held out his arm to Hinata. She helped him to his feet and guided him over to the blankets and let Naruto lie back down. With a smile, Hinata turned around and helped Sakura unpack the snacks. Sasuke went unnoticed as he slipped onto the blanket, picked up an apple and crunched into it. Hinata picked up 2 bottles of water. Here, Naruto-kun, she said as she placed the bottle in his hand and lay down next to Naruto, trying to get as comfortable as she was before Sakura hauled her up to go with her. This is nice, so comfortable, Hinata said dreamily. She looked over at Sasuke, who had apparently fallen asleep. She decided that it would be best to stay quiet. Sakura had caught on and laid down as well, very close to Sasuke, in the hopes of an accident. Naruto didn't actually fall asleep, he just lay there thinking of what Sasuke said. A few hours went by and the sun was setting and the winds had become colder. No one had said anything, they just felt at peace, not needing to talk. As the air around them got colder, they decided to get up and go to Sakura's house before parting ways for the evening. Naruto decided that his training was something special between Hinata and himself and so decided not to do it that night. They walked back to Sakura's house, carrying the blankets and the bag of rubbish. Once again no one spoke, but once again, it was a comfortable silence. After the 15-minute walk, they entered the door of the house and sat down in the living room. Sakura's mother must have been up the stairs. How about some hot chocolate, everybody, before you all go home? Sakura asked as they were all comfortable in the seats around the room. Yes, please, I haven't had hot chocolate in ages, Naruto said happily. That would be nice. Hinata accepted the offer, while Sasuke just nodded. Great, I've got some in the kitchen, Sakura said as she walked out of the room. Today's been a good day, don't you think, Hinata-chan, Sasuke? Naruto asked, breaking the silence. Yeah, I don't think I've ever enjoyed doing nothing so much, Hinata joked. "S'alright," Sasuke said. "I'm glad that you, NDI sorted things out, Sasuke," Naruto said. "Yeah." Sasuke seemed unwilling to talk very much. The three of them waited patiently for Sakura to return, which she did a few minutes later with a tray of mugs and marshmallows. Hinata took a mug and handed it to Naruto. "Here's your hot chocolate, Naruto-kun. Would you like some marshmallows with it?" Hinata asked, her hand hovering over the bowl of marshmallows. "Just a few, please," Naruto asked kindly. Hinata dropped a handful in Naruto's mug. "Enjoy," Hinata said, as she accepted a mug of her own with a few marshmallows as well. The atmosphere made by the hot chocolate and the sound of the wind outside made it seem very homely and safe. "Sakura, you have a long day tomorrow, you'd better get a shower and go to bed," they heard an unfamiliar voice call from up the stairs. "Okay, mother," Sakura called back up. "Sorry everyone, I've gotta help a family friend move some stuff out of his basement tomorrow." "Okay, Sakura-chan," Naruto said as he downed the last of his chocolate and stood up. Sasuke and Hinata both stood up afterwards. After Naruto placed his hand on Hinata's arm, they followed Sakura out the door. "See you later, Sakura-chan," Naruto and Hinata called out while Sasuke just waved a hand over his shoulder. "Later," Sasuke said as he disappeared into the night, leaving Naruto and Hinata alone. "Well, it feels like it's getting late, so why don't you take me home now?" Naruto requested. "Okay, Naruto-kun," Hinata smiled as she guided Naruto through the streets of Konoha. On the way, Naruto found pleasure in describing in gory detail how he defeated Neji. Of course, he left out the part of him using the Kyuubi's chakra. They reached the apartment block just like the night before and proceeded to climb the stairs. Once they had entered the apartment, Hinata guided Naruto into his bedroom and near his bed. "I'll leave some more clothes out for the morning," Hinata said as she handed Naruto's pajamas to him, while blushing. Hinata picked out a different set of clothes, a white t-shirt with a red swirl on the chest and some electric blue trousers. Hinata blushed again as she picked up some more of his underwear. She dumped the pile down on the chair that was in the room. "Naruto-kun, if you wake up before I arrive and you want to get up, then your clothes are on the chair," Hinata said and turned around. She was surprised and a little disappointed to see that Naruto had already changed and climbed into bed. "Thanks, Hinata-chan. Good night," Naruto said as he snuggled up in bed. "Good night, Naruto-kun. See you tomorrow," Hinata said as she left the room and proceeded out the front door. She locked it on the way out and walked home. As Hinata walked through the main gates of the Hyuga mansion, she was deep in thought. How should I tell him? Should I ask him out? What if he says no? What if he says yes? Hinata screamed in her head. As she entered the house, she met with her father again, almost in the same spot as that morning. "Good evening, father," Hinata greeted. "Good evening, Hinata," Hiyashi replied. With the greeting said, Hiyashi was about to walk away when Hinata suddenly spoke up. "Father, I want to become stronger. I am ready," Hinata said. Hiyashi turned his head and smiled at Hinata. "Very well. I shall arrange it." Without another word, Hiyashi left. Hinata smiled to herself and proceeded up the stairs to her room. Neji, who heard the brief conversation, was going over what they had said. "She wants to do it. She truly wants to change. I only wish she would wait," Neji thought as he retired to the taijutsu gym. "I should really stop underestimating her. It's late at night. I'm all curled up in my bed, awaiting the bliss provided by sleep. I can feel the soft, cotton bandages covering my eyes. I have to remind myself that the bandages are not the reason I cannot see. There is a light breeze coming in through my window and cooling me down. I can hear the beginnings of a rainstorm outside. I can hear faint droplets of water falling. I straighten out so I'm on my back. The covers of my bed lay around my waist as my head rests on the interlocked fingers of my hands, supported by the soft pillow. Every night, if I'm not exhausted from training, I adopt a similar posture and think about the day's events, my dreams for the future, my friends. Today was a good day. I finally spoke with Sasuke and now everything is cool between us. Sasuke is really starting to break down the walls between us and himself. Ever since I brought him back to Konoha, he has really begun to respect me. Sure, he tries to hide it by calling me an idiot, and by doing his unique, "I'm better than you," laugh, well. More of a grunt, but despite this, he looks at me with respect, Sakura-chan as well. I could see it in his eyes, before I lost the use of them, that he looked at Sakura-chan without giving her a cold comment on her performance as a ninja. Of course, every time he turns around and sees me, he denies it. I'm not exactly sure what he sees. He may see that she has improved since the day of the survival training, the day we truly became a team. He may see that she would give her own life to protect someone she cares about. I sometimes think that he is thinking of her as more than a teammate, more than a friend even, but then I snap back to reality, reminding myself that it was Sasuke I was thinking about. That guy has as much feeling for someone as a large rock, although, that rock does look at Sakura-chan a lot. I wonder what Sakura-chan thinks. In all the time I've known her, I don't think I've ever noticed her to be less mindful of Sasuke. She must truly love him. Ever since we brought Sasuke back, he hasn't been bothered by a single mindless fangirl. I noticed this a week after I came back to active duty with my team. Before Sasuke went power mad, I always stayed a clean 10 meters away from him because every time we came back from a mission, the fangirls would appear as if from nowhere and dogpile onto him, but after that, when we brought him out of his power lust, a good 80% of all villagers looked down on him. Not as though, especially not Sakura-chan. She didn't care what Sasuke had tried to do, her love for him was true and pure, even I could see that. If I could see that, then surely Sasuke could see it. Ever since I figured out Sakura-chan's feelings for Sasuke, and not for me, I was hurt, really hurt. In that moment I knew that I couldn't win Sakura-chan's heart and I never would. For a time I was feeling lost, it was as if I had lost the drive in my life and I was carrying on with momentum only, but even that was slowing down. It got so bad that I was even tempted to take my own life, and believe me when I say that the prospect of death was very tempting compared to a lifetime of loneliness. One night I had made up my mind, I couldn't take it anymore. I wasn't angry at Sasuke and certainly not at Sakura-chan, I was angry at myself for liking Sakura-chan in the first place. Every time she gets the opportunity she openly declares her love for Sasuke, I just couldn't take a hint. That night, I decided that I would kill myself, then the pain would end. I picked out one kunai and left all of my other ninja equipment. I dressed in my clothes and went for my last meal at the Ichiraku. Afterwards I took one last walk around Konoha, one last look at the Hokage monument, one last moment spent at the training logs where I became a genin. I finally arrived at the old ninja academy. The journey had begun here, it was fitting that it would end here. I took out my kunai, I brought it into contact with my wrist, I applied as much pressure on it as possible, I closed my eyes and with one quick motion, I pulled the kunai down. It didn't hurt like I thought it would. I looked down on my wrist, I hadn't even broken the skin. I looked at the kunai, still in my left hand, confused I placed my thumb on the blade and dragged it up and down over and over again and all it gave me couldn't even be considered a paper cut. I smacked my forehead from my stupidity, I knew I shouldn't have used that kunai. That particular one was my very first weapon, the very first one I ever used. It was the one I used to make the promise to protect the old man in the wave country, the one used to mark the tree when I was doing the chakra control training where we had to climb the tree without the use of our arms. When we started, Kakashi sensei threw use one of his own kunai, but later I brought out my own, special one. It had gone blunt with the countless times I had used it, the edges were almost rounded for goodness sakes. Fate wasn't on my side tonight. Seeing as the rest of my night was free, I decided to take yet another walk. I even saw Hinata-chan that night. I found her crying in an alleyway. Hinata-chan had always been kind to me, giving me ointment, giving me courage right before my fight with her cousin. So I decided to sit down and see what was wrong with her. She noticed my arrival and seemed to curl herself into a tight ball on the ground. I sat down in the dirt next to her and put an arm on her for comfort and asked her what was wrong. She pulled herself up of the ground into a sitting position but was still unable to talk. I understood, not why she was crying but what she was feeling. 6 years ago it would have been me crying my eyes out into the little hours of the morning. I told her what I wanted to hear those 6 years ago. It's not your fault. She noticeably calmed down and actually smiled at me, though a weak smile, it was a pure one. She mouthed a, "Thank you," to me but she still didn't talk and a few tears remained on her cheeks. I helped her off the ground and walked her home. She didn't say one word to me but I understood. To this day I don't know why she was out at 1:30 in the morning crying. After I had walked her home I decided to go and give killing myself another try, until I thought about Hinata-chan. If I didn't show up when I did, who knows what could have happened. And I never forgot the smile I received from the shy girl. I decided to postpone my plans while I went home and slept. The next morning I woke up refreshed and happier than I had ever been. As if something had given a jump start to my life. I constantly think back to that night. If I hadn't seen Hinata-chan that night then I'd have probably killed myself after I found another kunai. I never did thank Hinata for that night even if she didn't mean to do anything, but still, she saved me from myself. Every night I think about the cause of most of my problems. Kyubi. I didn't ask for him to be sealed in me. Sometimes I feel like crying about the things that could have been if it weren't for the demon, sealed beneath my navel, but I bottle up this hurt and these feelings so I can hide my pain from the eyes of others. Sometimes I think about what my friends would say if I told them about Kyubi. Would they accept me? Would they hate me? Sooner or later the truth is going to come out. Sooner or later I'm going to have to tell all of my friends that I harbor the demon that almost destroyed Konoha village and claimed the lives of many shinobi, some of which could have belonged to their family. But what will happen when the truth does come out? Would they care? Would they accept me for who I am? Or will I be alone once again? I've gotten used to these thoughts but now I'm starting to think about what Hinata-chan would think. Maybe I could tell her, but what will happen if I do? What will she do? I won't risk it, at least, not yet. Being blind is strangely comforting. Without my sight I can hear and smell things that I had never paid any attention to before. The running of water today at the bridge where Hinata-chan and I met up with Sasuke and Sakura-chan. Hinata-chan's voice is nice as well. Before, I had trouble hearing her but now it's like I'm constantly listening for her. Most things that I hear sound nice. I can hear things that I usually ignore. This has its downsides though. I can hear one of my next door neighbors snoring quite loudly and I can hear the couple on the other side of my apartment doing questionable things. But one of the strangest things is the rain. It's raining quite hard outside now, at least it's not thunder and lightning. It's a silly thing really, that I'm afraid of thunder and lightning. It happened a few years ago, before I found out about Kyubi. I was walking home from the Ninja Academy. Iruka had tied me to a chair this time so I was unable to escape my detention, like the time when I scarpered with Shikamaru, Choji and Kiba out the window before Iruka caught us. I was walking home and it was raining very hard, there was thunder and lightning, I was loving it, until I was jumped by a group of guys. They called me a monster and beat the crap out of me. They ripped off my jacket, my shirt and my pants leaving only my boxers. I cried my eyes out from the pain, from the cold but most of all, from the fact that I had no idea why they did this. I had no idea about the Kyubi at the time so I didn't know why an 8-year-old boy, coming home from a late night detention was so threatening to them. After the pain dulled from the cold, I picked myself up off the ground and continued home. I had lost a fair amount of blood through my nose and my eye not to mention I felt as if I had swallowed a snowman, whole. Of course, I was terrified to leave my apartment after that but I decided that I would have to. Fortunately, the night's rest had been enough to repair the physical damage but as for the mental damage. Since then I have always been slightly afraid of nights like that. I make sure that no one knows this. What's one more pain compared to the collection I already carry? I'm just thankful it is not one of those nights tonight. I can hear the rain very clearly. It is impacting off my window. The sounds are very hypnotic. A combination of wind and rain was making a beautiful sound. I wonder what is going to happen tomorrow. I pull up my cover to my neck as I am starting to feel a little chilly. I listen to the sounds outside. I listen. I listen. I yawn. I listen again. I can feel sleep overpowering me. The world around me fades out. Naruto stood in the dreamscape of his mind, before the great gates that symbolized the seal that held the nine-tailed fox demon, Kyuubi. What the hell? I can see, Naruto exclaimed as he flexed his left hand in front of his face. For a moment Naruto was happy, but that soon faded as he could see where he was. Hey, stupid fox, why'd you bring me here? Naruto shouted into the infinite darkness beyond the gates. To talk, you stupid brat. A loud, almost growling voice echoed from behind the gates. Naruto could also hear a sound of faint movement. About? Naruto asked as he folded his arms. You tell me, Kyuubi said. You called me here, I don't want to talk to you, Naruto replied. Maybe you don't want to, but sooner or later you would have demanded answers. So I brought you here before you went and threw yourself off another cliff, Kyuubi said as he walked forward and lay down in front of the gates, the dim light reflecting his features. Minutes passed before Naruto asked the question. Why aren't you healing me? Naruto asked. I am, but in order for me to completely heal the nerves in your eyes I would need to focus most of my chakra to them. While this would heal the nerve endings, your eyeballs would most likely melt due to so much raw chakra. I figured you wouldn't really like that, Kyuubi responded. Will my eyes ever heal? Naruto asked, his tone of voice unchanged. I'm a demon, not a doctor, Kyuubi said angrily. Naruto's hopes had hit the floor but they bounced back as he thought up an idea. If my sight doesn't return, could you enhance my other senses? Naruto asked. If you can make me stronger by giving me chakra, then surely you could give me better senses. Kyuubi thought about it and answered. Very well. Just ask and your senses will improve, Kyuubi growled, but you're making it harder for yourself, he continued. What do you mean? Naruto asked feeling confused. Chakra can be used for more than fighting and healing, Kyuubi said cryptically. Quote. Question mark quote. Naruto didn't look less confused. He could see Kyuubi roll his eyes. There are ways in which ninjas can release their chakra in controlled amounts and actually feel the shape of an object and given enough practice, more complex things. I've never had to do this myself so I can't give you exact information, nor can I instruct you on how to do it, Kyuubi said. Okay, thanks, Naruto said, trying to sound grateful, or at least, make it seem like he understood. Just don't get yourself killed, Kyuubi said as he wandered back into the empty darkness. Go back to sleep, it'll be a long day, the fox suggested as he disappeared completely into the darkness. Catch ya later, Naruto called out. Stupid fox, Naruto shouted as the world around him faded into the darkness. Naruto could hear a voice, fading in and out in the darkness of his unconscious state. He heard the voice again slightly clearer. He felt a weight on his shoulder along with the voice. Suddenly he felt like he was falling, but abruptly stopped. Naruto-kun, he heard the voice loud and clearly now. Hinata-chan, Naruto said as he fully awoke and submitted to a yawn. Good morning, Naruto-kun, Hinata greeted. Morning, Naruto said as he sat up in his bed, while he rubbed the back of his neck. I came by earlier but you were sound asleep so I waited around. I decided to wake you up now because it's now a little past 11 and I guessed you wouldn't like to oversleep, Hinata explained as she gathered some of Naruto's clean clothes and gave them to him. Thanks, Hinata-chan, Naruto said as he accepted his clothes. I'll be waiting outside, Hinata said before she left Naruto's room. Hinata walked out of the room and closed the door, allowing Naruto some privacy. She walked into Naruto's kitchen and sat down at the table. She finished the glass of water that she had helped herself to earlier. Once she had finished it, she laid her head on her hands and thought about her decision to her father the previous night. Naruto was becoming quite skilled at dressing himself sightless. Although he still had trouble with what way around his clothes went, it took him less time than before. After he had placed his forehead protector over his eyes and Tsunade's necklace around his neck, he made his way toward the door. He didn't hit anything this time, probably because he had knocked everything out the way the previous morning when he had to make his mad dash to the toilet. He placed his hand on the door handle and prepared himself in case Hinata was leaning against it like the previous morning. He opened the door, and when nothing fell on him, he decided it was safe to walk forward. As Naruto walked out of his bedroom, Hinata stood and faced him. "Would you like some breakfast this morning, Naruto-kun?" Hinata asked kindly. No thanks, Hinata-chan. For once I'm not hungry, Naruto said as he walked forward. He was starting to build a mental map of where everything was in his apartment. "Okay then. I was wondering, Naruto-kun, if you would like to go to the Hyuga estate today, unless you have something else you wish to do," Hinata suggested. Naruto thought about it. "Nope. I can't think of anything else I want to do." "Sounds like fun." Naruto smiled. Hinata smiled to herself and reached out to place Naruto's hand on her arm. "Hold on, Hinata-chan, I need to use the bathroom first. I'll meet you outside, K." Naruto said. "Of course, Naruto-kun," Hinata said as she let go of Naruto and walked out the door. Once Hinata had left, Naruto casually walked into the bathroom and quickly relieved himself. Naruto washed his hands and went outside to meet Hinata. Hinata had been waiting patiently for Naruto outside, while leaning on the wall beside the door. Once again she found her thoughts wandering back to her talk with Neji and then to her father. Did I make the right choice? Maybe I should ask Naruto-kun. No, this wasn't as my decision and no one else's. Hinata pondered to herself. Before too long, Naruto emerged from his apartment. "Ready to go, Naruto-kun." Hinata pushed herself up from the wall and once again placed Naruto's hand on her arm. "Lead on, Hinata-chan," Naruto said as he pumped his left fist into the air while the right held onto Hinata. Once they had made it to the ground floor, they started walking to the Hyuga estate. As they were walking, Hinata readied herself to ask a question that had been bothering her. "Naruto-kun, who is the stupid fox?" Hinata asked, curious. From Hinata's perspective, Naruto had turned sheet white and his breathing quickened. "What do you mean?" Naruto asked, trying in vain to avoid the question. "Earlier, when I came over, while you were still asleep, you were mumbling something in your sleep, then you clearly said, 'Stupid fox.' What did you mean by it?" Hinata asked, completely confused about why Naruto would say something like that in his sleep. Naruto turned even paler. It looked like he didn't have a single blood cell in his face. "Crap. She heard me when I was talking with Kyuubi. This could be bad. If she finds out and she reacts badly, then she would probably tell Sakura-chan and Ino, and in turn, they would tell everyone else in the village. I would lose all respect. Things would go back to how they were before. I can't tell her the truth, at least, not yet," Naruto thought. He realized he was keeping Hinata waiting. I was having a dream about a fox. It was talking to me, as it was walking away. I called it stupid. I don't know why, I just did." Naruto inwardly applauded himself. He left out having to explain about Kyuubi and he didn't lie to Hinata. "Oh, okay then," Hinata said. "That doesn't sound right. That seemed like a patched together story. He may not have been lying, but I'm sure he was leaving something out. If he doesn't wish to talk about it, then I won't force it out. If he wants to, then he'll tell me," Hinata thought as she prepared to guide Naruto through an oncoming crowd of people. "There are some people coming this way, Naruto-kun. I'll guide you through them, just don't rush and stay close to me," Hinata warned Naruto as she brought her left arm inward, bringing Naruto closer. It wasn't until their bodies were in contact that Hinata had realized what she had done. She blushed bright red and looked away from Naruto. Fortunately for Naruto, she did, otherwise she would have seen a blush on his face as well. As her blush subsided and she got used to the contact, she began to slowly walk forward, guiding Naruto through the crowd. They passed a pair of men. Hinata wasn't sure if they were ninjas or not because they weren't wearing their headbands. She noticed that they were staring at Naruto, then they gave each other a knowing grin and instantly started to walk, past them and away through the crowd. Hinata noted to herself that the actions of those two men were unusual but decided not to dwell on the subject. Soon enough they emerged from the crowd almost untouched. It was almost as if the crowd parted when Naruto approached. As they left the crowd behind, Hinata turned to Naruto. Naruto-kun, over the past couple of days I've noticed that people treat you badly. First was that nurse, but I just thought that she was a particularly bad nurse. Later, on our way to the ramen stand, I saw the looks a few passer-byers have given you. And just now a few people in that crowd gave you a particularly spiteful look. Why is this? Hinata asked. Naruto sighed deeply. Hinata-chan, there are some things which I keep to myself, some things which I need to keep to myself. All you need to know is that I was alone, Naruto said sadly. But not anymore, Naruto continued, brightening up. Okay Naruto-kun, but sometimes it really helps to talk to someone. Think about it, Hinata said as she placed a comforting hand on Naruto's. The two walked in a comfortable silence for about 10 minutes, until Hinata turned and guided Naruto to go down a main road towards a large estate on the outskirts of the village. We're almost there Naruto-kun, Hinata said. Great, it's just too bad I can't see where you live. Naruto didn't know if he was complaining or making a joke. Hinata stayed quiet because she wasn't sure either and she didn't want to accidentally make him feel bad. So, what is there to do at the Hyuga estate? Naruto asked curious. There are a few things we can do. The gardens are among the finest in all of Konoha. Even if you cannot see them, the smell of the flowers alone makes you feel so happy and content, regardless of how you are feeling at the time. I often go there after a long day of training, or before, when my family gave me looks of disappointment and disgust, Hinata said sadly. Before when? Naruto asked. Before the Chunin exams, when I hardly did anything but stand around. And before a couple of days ago, before I started helping you, before that. I had almost no focus in my life, nothing to keep me going, Hinata said, wiping away a lone tear that was building up in her eye as she remembered what things were like before. You have defiantly changed, Hinata-chan, don't ever let anyone tell you any different, Naruto said happily. He thinks I've changed, that means more coming from him than anyone else. I knew I had changed and now Naruto-kun thinks it as well, Hinata squealed happily in thought. Thank you, Naruto-kun, Hinata said, her voice soaked in gratitude. What else is there to do? Naruto asked, unaware of exactly how happy he had actually made Hinata. The main gates of the estate were only a few yards ahead. There are training gyms, small rooms that we go to read and listen to music, and a library which rivals that at the village headquarters, Hinata explained. Library. I don't think we'll need to go there, Naruto joked. Hinata looked to Naruto in fear that she had inadvertently insulted him, but when she saw the mile-wide grin on his face she breathed a sigh of relief. It could be helpful. Naruto-kun, I mean, you can't have been the only blind ninja in the history of the 5 great countries, surely there could be something that could be of help, Hinata said hopefully. You could be right, I should really stop to think about things before I act. If I did, then I would still be able to see, Naruto said grimly. Hinata noticed this, it reminded her of herself, when she would wonder, what if? It took her a while to realize that it only makes things seem more painful when she did this. Naruto-kun, you must never think like that, you may be right, but think of it like this, if Neji-ni-san had aimed slightly to my left in the Chunin exams, he would have hit my heart straight on and I would be dead by now, Hinata explained. I could have used a better comparison, I may only make him feel worse, Hinata thought. You're right, as always, Naruto said, moments before he tripped on a ledge of some sort, Hinata acted quickly to prevent Naruto from cracking his skull open on the stone steps lead up to the front door of the Hyuga main house. She grabbed Naruto around the waist with her free hand and interlocked her other arm with his and put out her foot to brace herself against the steps. Naruto's head had stopped just above the edge of the step. Hinata had succeeded. Why you alright, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked, concerned and breathing heavily. Fine. Naruto said, a bit shaken and breathing just as much as Hinata. Hinata gently lowered Naruto onto the steps while he supported himself with his free hand. Once Naruto had recovered and got back to his feet, Naruto shakily reached out his arm to Hinata. That was close, Naruto said, his breathing returning to normal. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, Hinata apologized. What for? Naruto asked, not sure why Hinata was blaming herself. I should have told you about the steps, but I didn't. What if I had gotten you hurt? Hinata was ready to break down into tears. But you didn't get me hurt, and you even stopped me from falling. Besides, it's not like you meant it, Naruto said, trying to cheer Hinata up. You just said yourself that you shouldn't live life. What if? Naruto continued. Hinata smiled softly at Naruto's uncanny ability to make her feel better. Shall we go? No sense in hanging around outside, Naruto said, taking hold of Hinata's arm. There are a few steps, so be careful, Hinata warned this time, as she carefully guided Naruto up the steps. Hinata approached the large doors with Naruto by her side. Using her free hand, she turned the handle of one of the doors and opened it. Once the door was sufficiently open, Hinata guided Naruto through into the house and closed the door behind them. What would you like to do first, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked as they stood at an intersection of corridors. We could go to the library first. If there's something that could help me, then we might as well check it out, Naruto suggested. Okay. Hinata got the feeling that Naruto had no idea of exactly how big the library was, even after she had explained it. They started off down a long series of corridors with many more doors on either side, which were used for either storage, bathrooms and servants' quarters. Cool. I can hear people, Naruto said, straining his ears. Excuse me, Hinata asked, confused by what Naruto said. My hearing is improving. If I concentrate hard enough, then I can actually hear echoes of people down these corridors. And not just people, I can hear the wind and the birds outside and the sounds made by the floorboards as we walk over them, Naruto explained. I never could have imagined that being sightless could be so centering. Hinata knew that he didn't mean to use that word, but she understood what he meant. Hinata recalled to when she would stand at her window and listen to the wind. She knew almost exactly what he was feeling when he described how well he could hear. The library is just up ahead, Naruto-kun, Hinata said. What kind of stuff is in this library? Naruto asked. Truth be told, he had rarely gone to a library. He went once when he was little but was thrown out because of who and what he was. Most kinds of stuff, technique scrolls, Konoha history logs, reference books, family lines and story books. The Hyuga also stand guardian to some very powerful forbidden scrolls. These are all hidden away behind sealed, hidden doors somewhere in the estate. Not even the all-seeing eyes of the Hyuga can see, Hinata explained. A part of her sounded like a tour guide and another sounded like her father. She let escape a giggle as she thought about a mixture of the two. Her father leading people around historical monuments, explaining how they were constructed, answering questions posed by tourists and telling little children to stay away from the exhibits. What's so funny? Naruto asked excitedly. Hinata decided that she wouldn't explain exactly what she was thinking, out of respect for her father. Nothing, Hinata said, now fully under control of her giggles. Naruto led it by. Technique scrolls, you say? Naruto said, breaking out into an incredible grin. As Hinata saw the grin, she could almost feel all her worries melt away, but decided that she should burst Naruto's bubble before it got too big. Only high-ranking Hyuga are permitted to remove those scrolls, and like I said, they are sealed away. Besides that, we're not here to study new jutsu, Hinata explained. She could hear Naruto let out a sigh. Right. So, exactly what are we looking for? Naruto asked. He was still unsure of what help they could find in a library. I remember a while ago when I was looking for a certain book to read, when I stumbled across a scroll, I accidentally knocked it off the shelf. It was titled, Blind Ninjas, or something like that, Hinata explained. I was thinking that we should go get that scroll and look through it, to see if there is anything that you could use, Hinata said as she reached out and opened the large door to the library. Blind ninjas. Sounds like the name of some story, Naruto said doubtfully. The large doors silently opened and they walked through. Hinata noiselessly pushed the door back and let it swing closed. It wasn't a story. It was a scroll that was once used to teach handicapped ninjas so they could live on with their lives as ninjas, Hinata said to Naruto. A large crash sounded behind them from the massive doors, and as loud as the crash was, it was nothing compared to the resulting echoes that resonated off the walls of the massive library which they stood in. What was that? Naruto asked as he instinctively hugged Hinata's arm to himself in shock. Hinata was in a severe blushing state as she felt Naruto cling to her. Inwardly she scolded herself for not warning Naruto about the loud noise made from the doors and the even greater echoes that are made as a result. That was the door closing, Naruto-kun, Hinata said. Then what was the loud sound after that, Hinata-chan? Naruto asked, seemingly unaware that he was firmly gripping Hinata's arm to himself. That was the echo, Hinata said, still blushing profusely. Echo. I've never heard an echo like that, Naruto was astonished. Naruto-kun, it was so loud because of the size of the library and the marble walls, the entire library acts like an echo chamber. Why do you think that you're meant to keep quiet in libraries? Hinata explained. How big is this library? Naruto was beginning to regain his breath. It's 5 stories high and about 20 meters in diameter. We're on the 3rd story. Everything underneath us is underground, Hinata explained to Naruto. I'd hate to have to sort all the books here into alphabetical order. It would take forever, Naruto said, recovering from the shock. Hinata giggled at Naruto's remark. To completely order every book and scroll takes 26 people, a couple of days, Hinata said. Naruto was at a loss for words. This way, Naruto-kun, Hinata started walking forward. Hang on, Naruto said suddenly finding his words. If this place is so big, then how do you know where everything is? Naruto asked. It's quite simple for us, Hinata said as she brought Naruto to a halt. She joined her hands together, interlocking her fingers with her right index finger pointed upward. What do you mean, us? Naruto was unsure of what to make of Hinata's words. Byakugan, Hinata said calmly but firmly as her bloodline limit activated. Naruto thought Hinata was annoyed at him, from the way she just spoke, for he didn't know what Hinata had just done. Sorry, Naruto said unwanting to annoy Hinata. Hinata realized why Naruto had apologized, and blushed very slightly in embarrassment. Naruto-kun, I just activated my Byakugan, Hinata said as she scanned the entire library. Oh, right, why? Naruto cocked his head in a questioning manner. Hinata fought against the urge to roll her eyes and answered. The Hyuga's blood limit allow us to see everything in a range. Using my Byakugan, I can see every book and scroll in the library which does not have a seal on it, Hinata explained as she caught sight of the scroll in question and started to guide Naruto toward one of the staircases at the side of the library. Realization finally dawned onto Naruto as he remembered Kakashi, Sakura and Lee all trying to explain the uses and effects of the Hyuga's blood limit. So you're using your eye thingy to find the scroll, Naruto pieced together. Why yes, Hinata was unsure as to how Naruto had just referred to her bloodline but decided against saying anything for it might remind Naruto of his own eyes. I think I understand now, Naruto said triumphantly. No other words passed between them as they began to slowly descend down the stairs. After many steps and more than a few slips on Naruto's behalf, they stepped onto the 1st story and slowly walked toward one of the many bookshelves. Hinata stopped in front of one somewhat large bookshelf, which was easily 3 times the size of either Naruto or Hinata. It should be somewhere in these shelves, Naruto-kun. But I'll be needing my arm, Hinata said, needing her arm so she could climb the bookcase-mounted ladder find the scroll. Sure. Just say if you need any help, Naruto said as he released Hinata's arm. Hinata smiled at his offer before setting her sights on the collection of books in front of them. Hinata reasoned that she would need her bloodline again to help her again. Byakugan. Hinata said once again before the chakra filled her eyes, activating her enhanced eyesight. No sooner than she had activated her Byakugan she deactivated it having found the scroll in question. Unfortunately it happened to be on the top shelf and the last time she had climbed to the top of one of these bookcases she had fallen off one of the ladders used to reach the top and had only succeeded in breaking her arm. Since then, she had grown a fear of heights, although she didn't feel afraid if she had a wide base to stand upon and freedom to move, like on the branch of a tree, or a rooftop, but when she didn't have this, like say on a ladder, she felt really uncomfortable. A stray thought surfaced in her mind to ask Naruto to get the scroll but quickly discarded it as she realized how dangerous that could be. Swallowing her fear, Hinata slid the ladder into the appropriate position and locked the wheels in place to ensure she wouldn't roll away as she climbed. Hinata began to climb the ladder as quickly but as carefully as possibly. As she got higher and higher she began to feel very. Hinata was beginning to feel the effects of vertigo as she clinged onto the ladder with one hand and onto the bookshelf with her other managing to knock a few books off of them. What is it, Hinata-chan? Naruto asked concerned. Please, help, Hinata whispered feeling very scared. Naruto was at a loss of what to do. Until he remembered his deal with Kyuubi earlier. Naruto closed his eyes and focused his mind. Stupid fox. Enhance my senses, Naruto near enough screamed in his mind. He heard the faint snort that only belonged to the demon fox. I was wondering when you would need me. I hope you're ready for this, Kyuubi said as he began focusing his chakra into his sensory organs, increasing their effectiveness by many times. The sudden burst of awareness hit Naruto like a wave of adrenaline. Using his hearing and her smell, Naruto sensed exactly where Hinata was. He reached out his hand and placed it on the ladder. He could feel every groove and every grain of the wooden ladder as he placed his other hand on the ladder and began to climb. Hinata remained unmoving with her eyes firmly clamped shut, wishing that it was all a bad dream. Don't worry, Hinata-chan, I'm coming for you, just hang on, Naruto assured her. From hearing her sobs and using his enhanced scent, Naruto reached Hinata and placed a hand on her back as he stepped off the ladder onto the bookshelves using them to bring himself up beside her. Hinata-chan, I'm here, don't be afraid. Here, just hold on to me, Naruto said as he rubbed Hinata's back. Feeling his hand on her back, Hinata willed herself to open one eye, to see Naruto's ever-lovable face, minus his eyes. Taking his advice and trusting him completely, she reached out and snaked her left arm across his shoulder in a sort of half-hug. Naruto edged himself closer and placed a foot on the ladder rung below the one that Hinata was standing on. Tightening her grip with her left arm, she put her other arm around Naruto, completing the awkward hug. Naruto was going very red in the face, as his enhanced scent was taking in Hinata's smell. It was very, very sweet. Naruto cursed the current situation since he couldn't stay and indulge himself in the scent for any longer. Naruto scolded himself for thinking such things when Hinata was in danger. With Hinata firmly around his neck, Naruto began to awkwardly climb down the ladder. Hinata tightened her grip on Naruto with every jolt from stepping down onto the next rung. After an eternity for Hinata, the pair of them stepped onto the solid ground. Hinata still held onto Naruto, although she seemed a lot more relaxed now that they were on the ground. Suddenly Naruto felt very disoriented, having to take a step to stop himself from falling over. The world around him seemed to be quieter, he was having trouble hearing anything. Naruto figured that his hearing had returned to normal, along with his other senses. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, Hinata apologized, loosening her grip on Naruto. I should have told you that I was uncomfortable with heights, Hinata said. Don't worry about it, you're fine now, that's all that matters. Naruto smiled. Hinata brought her arms down from Naruto's shoulders. She still felt a bit shaken, but she felt strong enough to continue. I suppose it would be stupid of me to ask you to go back up there to get the scroll, Naruto joked. Actually, Naruto-kun, I must have knocked the scroll of one of the shelves when I was up there because there it is on the ground, Hinata said. Her voice was slightly nervous, but it was understandable. On the floor was the scroll that they were looking for. Hinata knocked it off when she grabbed onto the bookcase for support. Oh, that's lucky. Naruto smiled widely. Hinata smiled slightly as well as she bent down to pick up the scroll. Can we maybe go somewhere else? I don't feel comfortable in here, Hinata said as she clutched the medium-sized scroll to herself. Sure. Where do you want to go? Naruto asked. Hinata thought about it. She was going to suggest the gardens, but Naruto was going to want to know what was in the scroll, so she settled with one of the small reading rooms instead. This way, Naruto-kun, Hinata said as she placed Naruto's hand on her arm while supporting the scroll with her other. Hinata began to walk forward toward the stairs. Because they were traveling upward, the trip did not take as long as the first time. Naruto could feel where the next step started when his foot bumped into it. Soon enough they stepped off onto the third floor and headed toward the large doors. As Naruto heard the doors open, he braced himself for the large sound of when they close. Hinata felt Naruto tense up, but she remembered that she did the same thing on her first visit. The doors shut behind them, but not as loud as the first time because they were outside the library. They stepped out into the intersection of corridors and started off down one to the smaller rooms near the library. Because it was only a short way from the library to the reading rooms, it didn't take them long to get to there. Hinata pushed the door open and led Naruto inside and let the door shut under its own weight. It was a small room but enough for some quiet reading. In the room was a few pieces of furniture, a few armchairs, a couch and a small table to which all the furniture faced. Hinata guided Naruto to the couch and both sat down, while Hinata set the scroll on the table, which was perfectly placed to capture the afternoon sun as it shone in through the high windows. Are you comfortable, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked, breaking the near-endless silence between the two. I'm fine, thanks. This seat is very comfy, Naruto said as he gently bounced on the leather cushion to test the softness. Hinata smiled as she undid the binder that held together the scroll. Once it was out of the way, she unrolled it out onto the table. Hearing the scroll open, Naruto was eager to hear what it read. Anything of use, Hinata-chan? Naruto asked. Hinata had not finished reading the first section yet. Not yet, Naruto-kun. Please be patient, Hinata asked as she finished reading the introduction. From what I've read, the scroll could be helpful. The beginning says that this scroll can be used to teach a blind person how to function without their eyes, Hinata said as she unrolled the scroll further. I find it extremely ironic that there would be a scroll made for a blind person. How would he be able to read it? Hinata mentally questioned as she continued on to the second section. The second section explains that you should train your own senses to fill in for your sight, Hinata summarized. We've already covered that with the training we did the other night, Naruto said, unaware of how questionable that could have sounded to someone else. Yes, Naruto-kun, Hinata remembered back to the late afternoon where they trained Naruto's hearing. She unrolled the scroll fully, revealing the third and final sections of the scroll. Hinata read the first few lines. This could be of help to you, Naruto-kun, Hinata said. This section had details on chakra use for some kind of extrasensory perception, Hinata explained. Cool. What do I do? Naruto said, his attention now focused on Hinata. Hinata read through the first and second paragraphs in the third section. If you release your chakra in controlled, limited amounts, then you should be able to feel an object's shape, Hinata said. Naruto remembered his earlier talks with Kyuubi. Yeah, how do I do that, then? Naruto asked. Hinata read the section over and took out a kunai and carefully placed it on the table, fearing she may scratch the surface. Hold out your hand, Hinata said. Naruto heard Hinata pull out the kunai. He was slightly confused but not uncomfortable, for he trusted her. He held out his hand as he was asked. Hinata placed her hand on his wrist and brought it just above the kunai on the table. Referring back to the scroll, she read what to do next. Concentrate, move some chakra into your hand. Hinata waited for Naruto to do this. Right, Naruto said as he pushed some chakra into his hand. And carefully release some of it from your palm, but not all of it, Hinata instructed. Naruto did this but didn't feel any different. Concentrate on the chakra being released but don't forget about the chakra in your hand. After a few minutes of skull-cracking concentration, Naruto stopped releasing chakra. That was weird, Naruto said, relaxing his hand. What did you feel, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked, curious. It's hard to describe. It's like feeling something so that you can almost see it in your mind. Naruto struggled with trying to find words. Hinata half understood. Why don't you try it, Hinata-chan? Then you could help me, Naruto suggested. Hinata thought about it, and decided, why not? Without another word, Hinata mimicked Naruto's actions and closed her eyes. She followed the instructions she had just given to Naruto and started to release the necessary chakra. Being a member of the Hyuga, this was no difficult task for her. Although Naruto didn't explain it very well to her, Hinata had a vague idea of what to expect, but she felt nothing out of the ordinary, certainly nothing to what Naruto explained. I can't feel anything, Hinata said as she quickly read the scroll again. Here it says that the scroll as for the blind, but I can see, maybe it has something to do with that, Hinata suggested. You're probably right, shame you can't use it as well, though. Would have made this a lot easier, Naruto said. I'm sorry Naruto-kun. Hinata felt sad that she couldn't help Naruto. Don't be, it's not like you don't want to help me, right? Naruto smiled. Hinata smiled faintly back. Right, Hinata said quietly, but thankfully. You know, Hinata, you don't have to stay here if you have something else to do. I'll be fine, Naruto said as he placed his hand over the kunai on the table. Hinata was about to decline before she remembered something. Are you sure Naruto-kun? Hinata asked. Sure, I don't mind, Naruto said as he began to release his chakra. Hinata smiled at how helpful and kind Naruto was. Oh okay, I'll try not to be long, Hinata said after she had risen to her feet. Take your time, Naruto said, struggling to concentrate. Hinata took one last look at Naruto before she walked out the room to find her father. Naruto was finding his current task very difficult. He could control and maintain his chakra flow quite well, but his problem was interpreting what he felt after he had released the chakra. He could feel the flat surface of the table and the position of the kunai, although he couldn't feel its exact shape. It was like trying to feel something underneath the thick duvet of your bed. You can feel where it is but not what shape or exactly how big it is. This could be difficult. Man, I hate being blind, he said to himself. A thought occurred to him to ask Kyuubi for help but remembered once again to his earlier discussion with the fox. Quote. I can't give you exact information, nor can I instruct you on how to do it, was what the fox said to him. Naruto sighed in realization that he would have to do it the hard way. Maybe if I try to move my hand as I release the chakra, Naruto thought. This time when he released his chakra he moved his hand in a circular motion, spreading his chakra around on the kunai. What he felt was different, he got a clearer feeling, this time. Naruto smiled to himself at his minor victory. This is a good technique but it doesn't seem like something I can use in day-to-day life. The scroll probably says something about it, I guess I'll have to make do without Hinata-chan for the time being, Naruto thought to himself. Naruto was thinking about ways around this problem. It finally occurred to him when he thought back to his Rasengan training and his unique method for forming the Stage 1 Rasengan. He didn't move the chakra directly but instead moved his hands to form the swirling movement. His current situation seemed to be the opposite. Maybe, instead of moving my hands I could try moving my chakra like how I was meant to in the Rasengan, that way, I could master the Rasengan as well, Naruto thought. Naruto attempted this, trying to move his chakra as it was released and keeping his hand still, but it proved to be a lot more difficult than he first thought. Over and over he tried but nothing happened. Naruto was now very close to ripping out his hair in frustration. Unknown to Naruto, across from him, sitting on one of the armchairs, sat Neji, watching Naruto. Neji had seen Naruto arrive with Hinata while he was practicing his Byakugan. Wanting to know what they were doing, Neji followed them. When they were in the library, Neji stood watching them, although this was a bit difficult, seeing as Hinata used her Byakugan. Neji had to jump atop one of the bookcases to get in her blind spot and prevent her from seeing him. And when Hinata was on the ladder, Neji was about to jump to save her until he felt a familiar chakra spike coming from Naruto, although it was nowhere near the strength of that at the Chunin exams, but it was still detectable to Neji. Letting his curiosity get the better of him, Neji waited to see what Naruto was about to do. Needless to say, he found it curious that a sightless Naruto, of all people, could save Hinata from a potentially dangerous fall. Neji had silently entered the room shortly after Hinata had left, and sat down and watched in half amusement, half fascination as Naruto attempted to feel the kunai lying on the table. Time and time again Naruto was unable to move his chakra after he had released it. Neji silently peered over at the scroll lying on the table, reading it over in a short time. The final step the scroll taught was releasing a wave of chakra from the entire body and feeling everything in a small radius. Neji doubted that Naruto could do that. The only ones that Neji believed could do that were the Hyuga, for they had mastered chakra control at a young age. Neji shook his head at what Naruto was trying to do. Unfortunately for Neji, the rapid movement of his head caused sound to be released, which was marginally above the hearing threshold of Naruto's trained ears. Who's there? Naruto felt uncomfortable that someone had been sitting there with him without him noticing. For a moment Naruto thought that Hinata might have returned, but realized that he would have heard the door open and close and Hinata surely would have greeted him by now. Looks like you're having trouble, Neji said. Naruto was startled by the voice. That voice sounds familiar. Oh no. Neji. Naruto figured out whose voice it was. He was not in the mood to listen to Neji drone on about how he didn't think Naruto was capable of doing the technique on the scroll. Hey Neji. Naruto greeted, feeling a little tense but didn't feel the need to pick up the kunai lying on the table, for defense. Naruto, Neji said simply. Naruto was confused as to why Neji, of all Hyuga, would come and visit him. Can I help you? Naruto asked, trying to find out why Neji would be there. No, Neji said simply. Naruto was mentally ripping his hair out. Then why are you here? Naruto asked directly. I was curious, Neji said. Naruto could tell that he wasn't going to get a straight answer out of him, so returned to his current task. Naruto once again began to release chakra from his hand. You know, I wouldn't complain if you were to give me a helpful hint, Naruto said. Although he was a proud person, Naruto realized that he would need help with this, so Naruto batted down his pride and indirectly asked for help. One phrase kept on running through his head before he asked. It takes the bigger man to admit he needs help. It takes the bigger man to admit he needs help. Naruto kept on thinking to himself. He could hear Neji give a grunt. What makes you think that I can help you? Neji asked. Naruto thought back to the Chunin exams. The Hyuga are masters of chakra control, right? And since I'm trying to release chakra to try and feel this kunai, I thought that you could help me, Naruto said. Neji didn't feel like helping Naruto, but he decided that it would be payment for saving Hinata in the library. I won't repeat myself, so listen. There are 8 chakra points in the palm of your hand. Instead of releasing chakra from all 8 at once, try and release chakra from 1 or 2 at a time, so it makes a wave of chakra, Neji said as he got up and left. Naruto thought it over. It seemed like a reasonable suggestion. Naruto attempted to release chakra from his hand in the way that Neji suggested. But he found it to be easier said than done. After a dozen more tries, Naruto was barely able to release chakra from one half of his hand at a time, It required a lot of concentration and an exert of chakra control much higher than he ever needed to use, but what he felt was more detailed than before. Ignoring the pain from the chakra strain in his hand, Naruto proceeded to try and perfect this technique. After Hinata left Naruto to himself, she went to look for her father. As she walked down the corridors, towards her father's study, Hinata began to feel very nervous. In her life, Hinata was always on the edge of nervousness, and today was no exception. Hinata could feel that her legs were slowing down and her arms tensing up. Hinata tried to move faster, but her unconscious mind was telling her body to slow down. I need to do this, so I can prove to everyone that I am not a failure, Hinata thought to herself, willing herself to move forward. Her father's study was just ahead. Hinata's hands once again began to shake as she carefully raised her hand and placed it on the handle to the door and was about to knock with the other. Come in. Hinata jumped at hearing her father's voice from inside the room. She hadn't even knocked yet. Taking a deep breath, Hinata pushed the door open and walked in. Welcome, Hinata. Please, have a seat, Hiyashi said as he was signing a few scrolls. Hinata did as she was requested and sat down in the chair directly opposite Hiyashi. I've come to find out about my tea training, Hinata said. She tried hard not to stutter, but her father had always been an intimidating person in her life and it was hard for her to be completely comfortable around him. After hearing what his daughter wanted, Hiyashi looked up from the scrolls. It has been arranged, one of the elders shall train you. Listen to him, Hinata. He was the one who trained me. Hiyashi said as he picked up a small scroll from an ordered pile on the desk and placed it on the edge of the desk nearest Hinata. That scroll will teach you the basics of what you need to know. Read through it and make sure you understand it, Hiyashi said as he turned his attention back to his work. When do I train? Hinata asked as she picked up the scroll and put it in her coat pocket. At your earliest convenience, I have informed your new teacher that you will be aiding that Naruto boy, Hiyashi said with an almost undetectable degree of spite at his name. Why yes, father, Hinata said before bowing and exiting the study. Once she was clear of her father's study, Hinata immediately relaxed, but she couldn't help but feel a bit nervous of her training in the near future. I should get back and see how Naruto-kun is doing, Hinata thought to herself as she made her way to the room where Naruto was in. On her way she passed Neji. Hello Neji-ni-san, Hinata greeted as he passed. Hinata-sama, Neji acknowledged. I have helped Naruto with the scroll, Neji said, stopping to talk to Hinata. Hinata was very surprised that Neji of all people would help Naruto. Why? Hinata blurted out without really thinking. Neji was slightly surprised at the usually quiet girl's outburst, but he didn't show it. He seemed to be having trouble, Neji said. Just try to get him to stop practicing the scroll before he damages his hand from excessive chakra use, he warned. I will, Hinata said. Good day, Neji-ni-san, Hinata bowed before walking away down the corridor. Neji simply nodded to her before walking in the opposite direction. After a quick walk through the corridors of the Hyuga estate, Hinata arrived back at the room where she had left Naruto. Not too loudly and not too quietly, Hinata opened the door, so to signify to Naruto that she was there but not to startle him. Hinata-chan, Naruto said, relaxing his hand so he could talk to the new arrival. Yes, Naruto-kun, Hinata said as she sat down in the seat opposite Naruto, the one that Neji sat in. I can do it, I can actually feel the kunai now, Naruto said excitedly. How did you manage to do it, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked, happy that Naruto was able to do it. I was having some trouble at first, but then Neji came by and gave me a few pointers. After he left, I was able to train my chakra control and now I'm able to release my chakra in such a way that I can feel every detail of the kunai, Naruto explained happily. Hinata was surprised that Naruto was able to learn it so fast. You can feel the exact shape of the kunai? Hinata asked. Yes, and the way I feel it, I can almost see it in my mind, Naruto said, his voice full of pride. Hinata looked over at the last section of the scroll, to see if this was what was meant to happen. The scroll says that if you can master this, And if a completely blind ninja uses this skill, your mind actually gets tricked and you think you can see the object, Hinata said, scanning the scroll once again. Cool, Naruto said. Hinata read the final part of the scroll. Naruto-kun, the last part of the scroll says that you have to release chakra from every chakra hole in your body, so you can feel everything around you, like you have just done with the kunai, Hinata explained. Naruto sighed. He thought that this would be the end. Doesn't matter, at least this way I'll be able to feel my way around, but if that happens, then Hinata-chan won't have to help me anymore. Wait. I'll still need her help me though, to read things, and to take me around the village, Naruto thought. Okay. I suppose I can work on that as we move around today, Naruto said while he got up and stretched his aching joints. Why I am worried about not having Hinata-chan to help me? Naruto thought idly. Naruto-kun. Hinata wasn't sure what he had in mind. I really don't like being cooped up in one place for a lengthy amount of time. Besides, the next step to the scroll doesn't require me to stay in one place, right? Naruto explained. Hinata thought it over and decided that he was right. I suppose so. Then in that case, where would you like to go today? Hinata asked. Naruto thought about it deeply but couldn't think of an answer. Dunno, Naruto said, shrugging his shoulders, is there anything you want to do? Naruto asked. In the past few days he'd realized that they had been doing things he wanted, it was only fair that they do something that Hinata wanted. Well, if you sore from sitting around, then we could take a walk around the gardens that I mentioned earlier, Hinata shyly suggested. She had rarely been asked what she wanted to do. Often she did what others wanted because she was eager to please and didn't want to provoke a potential argument with whomever she was with. Oh yeah, I forgot about the gardens. Let's go then, Naruto said happily. Already he was trying to release his chakra from his entire body, in an attempt to feel his way around but couldn't quite do it. Hinata stood up and once again placed Naruto's hand on her arm and guided him out of the room and down yet another labyrinth of corridors to the gardens. Naruto couldn't believe how hard a time he was having, releasing his chakra from his entire body. I just need more time, I'll have this by the end of the day, Naruto thought. Being at such a close proximity to Naruto, Hinata was able to feel the chakra emanating from him. Naruto-kun, I think it would be wise to stop releasing your chakra for the time being, just to give your body a rest from the chakra strain, Hinata said, remembering Neji's warnings earlier. Naruto turned his head to Hinata in a questioning manner. I don't need to rest, my body has been able to take a hell of a beating before, I can handle a bit of chakra strain, Naruto said proudly. Hinata felt a great admiration for him at this moment and almost let him carry on, but her sense of reason kicked in and told Hinata to tell Naruto to give it a rest. No, Naruto-kun. You will listen to me, and I am telling why you to stop for the time being. Hinata was feeling very lightheaded from her own words. She had never told anyone what to do in her life, except from the incidents with Kiba. To say that Naruto was amazed was an understatement. He was on the brinks of shock from being told what to do by the quiet, shy, blue-haired girl. He was about to say something in protest but stopped short as he remembered Tsunade's words. Oh yeah, she is in charge, was what Obachan said. I suppose I will have to do what Hinata-chan says, Naruto thought. Okay Hinata-chan, you're the boss, Naruto said jokingly, barely containing his laughter. He was not laughing at Hinata but at his own half-joke. Hinata couldn't help but giggle. She understood that Naruto wasn't making fun of her. Hearing Hinata's giggles, Naruto decided that it was safe and burst into a fit of laughter which Hinata soon joined. After a few minutes, their laughing died down and neither could really remember what they were laughing at in the first place. Hinata had just noticed that they had stopped walking. During the laughter they must have halted. Slowly, they began again, toward the gardens. On the way, a question surfaced within Naruto's mind. Hey Hinata-chan, where did you go after you left earlier? Naruto asked, curious. I just went to have a word with my father, that's all, Hinata replied. Naruto was about to ask why, but stopped himself as he realized that it was none of his business. Okay, Naruto said. They walked in yet another silence. Naruto and Hinata emerged into the Hyuga Gardens, feeling the mid-afternoon sun on them. The sight of these gardens were so beautiful that Hinata always took a breath when she sees them. To her, the sheer beauty of the lush, green grass, the untouched trees, the colors of the flowers are of such a sight that she cannot get completely used to it. The smells of all the different kinds of flowers were among the nicest smells either Naruto or Hinata had ever smelled. Hinata looked over to Naruto. His jaw was hanging loose and his nostrils were flaring. Clearly he was trying to take in all of the smells at once. Wordlessly, Hinata began to move forward, guiding Naruto along a path. Hinata had decided to take Naruto to the one place where she felt truly at peace. She brought him past various hedges, towering trees and beds of flowers. Naruto realized that he was no longer walking on concrete but on wood. Hinata-chan. Naruto wondered where Hinata was taking him. He wasn't complaining, just unsure. He could see why Hinata came here. It reminded him of when he was younger, when he was happy in his ignorance of Kyuubi. Hinata came to a stop. Naruto could hear the sounds of running water around them. They were standing at the apex of a wooden bridge that crossed over a clear water stream, which ran through the garden. This is where I come when I want to get away. I come here and I feel as if everything is okay. I love this place, Hinata explained. She had never even told anyone about this little retreat she had, much less brought anyone here, but she didn't feel nervous. Naruto felt Hinata lean forward and decided he should do the same. Cautiously he leaned forward, reaching out with his free hand. He felt a wooden rail just in front of him, just above waist height. Taking his hand off Hinata, he placed it on the rail and let his weight lean down on the rail. He liked it here as well. He could feel all of his worries drifting away with the water beneath them. Hinata had brought him here for exactly that reason. She had noticed that Naruto had been feeling down in the time they spent together. He'd flash his foxy grin whenever he could, but there were times where Hinata could see suppressed pain behind the smile. It was hard to notice, especially without being able to see his eyes. Hinata could read someone like a book when she could see their eyes. In their academy days, Hinata could see beyond Naruto's fake smile, when all the other kids were laughing at him. Hinata turned her head to look at Naruto and was pleased by the gentle smile on his lips and couldn't help but smile herself. She was happy that she was able to help. Man, who would have thought that listening to water could make you feel like this, Naruto thought, listening intently to the steam's sounds. I can understand why you come here, Hinata-chan, Naruto said, no longer able to prevent his smile from growing to a wide, foxy grin. Hinata smiled as she noticed that it was a true smile. Naruto-kun is feeling better now. I knew it was a good idea to bring him here, Hinata thought with a sense of pride. You know what? I feel like taking a walk, Naruto said, still with the smile. Hinata took Naruto's hand and placed it on her arm, and continued across the bridge and onto the pathway on the other side. Where would you like to go, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked. Naruto thought about it. Just a walk around Konoha. Maybe we could stop up for some lunch, Naruto said, starting to feel the effects of skipping breakfast that morning. Okay Naruto-kun, Hinata said before she turned and guided Naruto down a small path which led towards a gate, leading out of the Hyuga estate. As they were walking down the path towards the gate, they met someone unexpected, who appeared behind them. Well, this is what I call the blind, leading the blind, Hinata's sister, Hanabi said. The reason she was unexpected was that she was usually inside the gym, training her fighting skills, not wasting time walking around the gardens. Hanabi, Hinata greeted, turning around to face her sister. Although the two rarely talked, they still saw eye to eye. Naruto disliked the voice, it insulted Hinata's ability. Hinata, who's this? Hanabi asked, pointing towards Naruto. This is Uzumaki Naruto, Hinata told her sister. Naruto. Quote. Hanabi repeated, trying to remember him, then it hit her. He's the boy you Lee. Hanabi continued before finding a hand over her mouth. She looked up to see a blushing but narrow-eyed Hinata, to whom the hand belonged. Hinata still had her hand over Hanabi's mouth when she turned to Naruto, to see if he had picked up on what her sister had just tried to say. Fortunately for her though, he seemed unaware, if his unchanged expression told her anything. Hanabi almost laughed, she almost spilled Hinata's single biggest secret. Seeing her sister's warning look, Hanabi calmed herself. Deciding it was safe, Hinata removed her hand. "Who's this Hinata-chan?" Naruto finally asked, as he gave up on trying to figure out what the little girl had tried to say before stopping abruptly. "This is my little sister, Hanabi," Hinata introduced. "Sister? I didn't know you had a sister, Hinata-chan," Naruto said. Hanabi let a smirk to come across her face at hearing the affectionate suffix used towards her sister by Naruto. "Is there something we can do for you, Hanabi?" Hinata asked, feeling uncomfortable with the smile on her sister's face. "Nothing much. I just wanted to know if it was true that you're going to receive training from one of the elders," Hanabi said. "Why yes, it's true," Hinata confirmed. "I hope you know what you're doing. I haven't had the training because my body is still too small," Hanabi said, inwardly cursing her body for letting her sister get ahead of her. "I'll be fine," Hinata responded. Hanabi raised an eyebrow. "Fine, but even if you complete the training, I'll still be able to beat you," Hanabi proudly said. "We'll see," Hinata replied. She disliked it when her sister starts acting superior. She didn't dislike Hanabi herself, just the way she sometimes acted. Of course, Hinata never voiced these opinions. "See you later Hinata-ne-chan," Hanabi said before turning around and walking off down the path. When he could no longer sense her, Naruto spoke up. "What's up with her?" he asked. "Nothing. That's how she acts," Hinata said as they began walking forward towards the gate. "How do you live with her?" Naruto asked. Hinata giggled slightly. "She's my sister, I sort of have to. Besides, she is one of the few in this family who sees me for who I really am," Hinata explained. "Oh, okay then. Anyway, what was she talking about?" Naruto asked as they stepped through the gate, out onto a small street, behind the Hyuga grounds. "I asked my father and I'm going to receive training from a Hyuga master," Hinata said. "Cool, so you're going to become even stronger," Naruto complimented, causing Hinata to blush. Maybe. Naruto-kun," Hinata said slightly unsure. After all, the training was difficult. "When are you going to start?" Naruto asked. "My father said that I could start whenever I wanted, but the elders never like to be kept waiting, so, sometime soon." Hinata said. "What? Like today? Tomorrow?" Naruto asked. "Like I said, the elders don't like to be kept waiting, so tomorrow would probably be the best time." Hinata didn't want to leave Naruto, but she knew better than to keep the clan elders waiting. Besides, it wasn't as if Naruto couldn't survive without her for a few hours. "Okay, but that leaves me without a guide tomorrow." Naruto almost sounded like he was complaining. "And not all day tomorrow, just for a few hours, Hinata." She could hear the complaint in his voice and blushed very slightly. "And we can find someone to fill in for me in that time," she suggested. "Oh, that's okay then, if it's just for a few hours," Naruto said, feeling relieved for reasons he didn't understand. Hinata's faint blush surfaced with a vengeance at hearing that Naruto was relieved that she wasn't going to be gone all day. As Hinata and Naruto walked, Naruto could hear the sounds of more people, signifying that they were now on a large street. "I really shouldn't have skipped breakfast this morning," Naruto said, rubbing his empty stomach. Hinata, too, felt rather hungry, even though she did have some breakfast that morning. "Doesn't matter, you just weren't hungry," Hinata said as they rounded the last street corner onto the small street that was home to the Ichiraku ramen stand. Naruto's nostrils began flaring intensely at the smell of freshly made ramen. A small trail of drool fell down the right side of his chin. Hinata looked to Naruto, hearing him sniffing the air. Once again she found herself giggling at Naruto's cuteness. Naruto was too entranced by the ever-strengthening smell being emitted by the upcoming ramen stand. Hinata pulled back the flaps so that they could enter the stand. Welcome. The stand owner turned and greeted his newest customers of the day, while the waitress was wiping up spilled ramen on the counter. The stand was empty seeing as it was past lunchtime and the regulars had gone back to work. Hinata guided Naruto to a stool and then sat herself next to him. It's good to see my two favorite customers back again, the old man said happily. What can I get you? He asked. One shrimp and one beef, Naruto said, barely able to wait while the ramen is prepared. Naruto proceeded to tell Hinata about his team's mission to remove Kakashi's mask, so he could try and get his mind off the waiting for the food. We tried following him, we tried watching him eat, we even tried to attack him to get him to remove that dang mask, Naruto explained as he reminisced. Hinata was happy to once again hear about Naruto's missions. There you go, the old man placed their ramen in front of them. Naruto smelled the ramen in front of him and momentarily forgot about his story and reached for the bowl with one hand while the other reached for a pair of chopsticks. When he couldn't find the cup of chopsticks, Naruto decided that he would try and use his new chakra sense. Putting his hands out towards the counter, Naruto focused chakra to them and then released it in small wave motions. Whoa, this is a lot more complicated than the kunai, Naruto thought, feeling almost every detail on the countertop. After a moment of decision, Naruto decided he had found the cup and reached out for it to his right. His chakra sense had not failed him, as he picked up the cup and removed a pair of chopsticks. Haha, I did it! Naruto shouted with pride before offering a pair of chopsticks to Hinata, who as always smiled at Naruto's little outburst. Thank you Naruto-kun. Hinata accepted a pair for herself and broke them apart, as did Naruto. Hinata had been politely waiting for Naruto to get some chopsticks before she got her own, seeing that he was doing his newfound skill, decided not to interfere, though she was slightly surprised that he actually held out the cup for her, a gesture that made her blush. I don't think I'll get completely used to it when I'm around Naruto-kun, Hinata thought as she and Naruto both lowered their chopsticks into their ramen. Naruto lowered his chopsticks into the ramen and quickly pulled out some long strands of noodles before slurping them up, quite loudly. Hinata was eating her ramen with a lot more grace, making almost no sound. While Naruto's speed with eating noodles blind was almost up to par to when he could see, he noticed the lack of slurping sounds coming from Hinata. Hinata-chan, aren't you hungry? Naruto asked. He couldn't hear Hinata slurp up her ramen like he thought everyone did and thought that she wasn't eating. No, I am, Hinata said before she made a very watery slurp with her noodles to prove to Naruto that she was in fact eating. She felt very lightheaded from embarrassment, but seeing that no one minded, she decided that it was okay and just slurped away her ramen like Naruto. Without the need to show eating manners, Hinata was able to eat her ramen at almost the same speed as Naruto, which was saying something. This did not go unnoticed by Naruto, who was surprised at how fast she was eating, judging from the shortening intervals between slurps. Seeing a challenge arise, Naruto picked up his pace. Hinata had realized what was going on, she smiled faintly and began to eat faster. The two workers of the stand were watching the unofficial race that was taking place. From the speeds the two were eating at, the workers were wondering if they were even bothering to chew. Hinata had finished pulling all of her noodles out of her bowl and proceeded to raise the bowl to her mouth so she could drink all of the leftover water and put the bowl on the counter with her chopsticks, while letting out a satisfied sigh. Naruto heard Hinata finish off her ramen as he was bringing his bowl up to his mouth. Once his bowl rested on the counter beside Hinata's, Naruto turned to face her. Hinata was struggling with all of her will to prevent the eruption of laughter break through from within her because of their ramen race. Hinata also noticed that his shoulders were shaking, as well as her own as she was contain her own laughter. Why is his face going red? Hinata was in mid-thought when Naruto burst out laughing uncontrollably. Finding his laughter very infectious, along with her own pent-up humor, Hinata erupted into almost a fit of hysterics. It had been far too long since she had really laughed. Even the stand owners were struggling not to laugh. It took a while for Naruto and Hinata to calm down. Well, I'm not hungry anymore, Naruto said, smiling at the still giggling Hinata. Oh, giggle is the great Uzumaki Naruto turning down a free bowl of ramen. Giggle, this is truly a day to remember, Hinata said, struggling to control her laughter. Free. Naruto's head perked up like a dog, waiting to be walked. Seeing this, Hinata almost lost herself in another fit of laughter but contained herself to a healthy laugh. Yes, Naruto-kun, I would be happy to, Hinata said after her second bout with laughter had subsided. Oh, no, I couldn't accept. Naruto's manners had returned, and told him to protest, until Hinata interrupted. I'm afraid I'm going to have to insist, Hinata said, putting her hand on Naruto's shoulder. She hadn't noticed what she was doing until her hand was resting on his shoulder, then the shy Hinata returned, along with a blush that would blend in with Sakura's dress. Well, if you insist, I suppose we can half the bill, Naruto suggested, feeling guilty for allowing Hinata to pay for his food, and surprisingly comfortable with the hand on his shoulder. With the exception of Iruka, no one touched him in any way but to cause harm. Hey old man, 2 more bowls, Naruto requested. Please, Hinata added, she had never liked to be impolite. Still feeling nervous, she carefully raised her hand off his shoulder and put it down on the countertop. Hinata sat looking at her hands in silence, not daring to look up at Naruto. Something wrong, Hinata-chan? Naruto asked. Nothing's wrong, Naruto-kun, Hinata replied, stealing a glance at Naruto before returning her vision to her battling thumbs on the countertop. I was just wondering where your alter ego went, Naruto chuckled. Hinata smiled at him. Naruto stopped smiling and craned his head, angling his right ear towards the entrance to the stand as if he heard something. Hinata noticed this as she was taking another look at Naruto. Wondering what he was listening for, Hinata turned towards the entrance to where Naruto was listening intently. Hinata noticed that his forehead was wrinkled in thought. I wonder what he hears, Hinata thought to herself, looking between the entrance and Naruto. Naruto let out a tired sigh as he shook his head and turned back to face the counter once again. Hinata was very confused, however this confusion lifted when she saw who entered the stand. She turned to look at Naruto, who had sensed the presence of the newcomer. He was still shaking his head and rubbing his forehead just above his right eyebrow. Naruto-kun, I rockily challenge your strength to my own, the bull-headed, fuzzy-eyebrowed green beast of Konoha said while striking a very cheesy pose. Great, now my day is complete, Naruto said under his breath so that only Hinata heard him, while still shaking his head. Without saying a word, Naruto stood up to face Lee in much the same way he stood before Kiba a couple of days previous. You know I'd like to answer your challenge anytime, fuzzy eyebrows, but given my current condition, it would be somewhat of a one-sided battle. It wouldn't be a fair challenge because I'm hardly up to my full strength, Naruto said to Lee, feeling a little disappointed that he had to turn down a fight that would prove his strength. Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun and Sakura-san told me about your situation, this is why I wish to fight, Lee said, earning yet more confusion. A matter of minutes before Lee arrived at the ramen stand, he was on a training field with Guy, training his heart out, trying to become stronger. Flashback. Lee was standing on the grassy training field with Guy, running through a complex series of punching and kicking combinations, when he saw Sasuke and Sakura walking past. Well, Sasuke walking and Sakura trailing behind. Sakura-san, Sasuke-kun, Lee yelled, waving at the pair. Lee, now is a good opportunity to find out about one of your rivals. Know your rival off the battlefield and you will know him on it, Guy said while Lee was scribbling away in his notebook, which seemingly materialized when Guy started speaking. Yes sir, Guy-sensei, Lee said while saluting with the pencil in hand, accidentally drawing a line on his forehead. Sakura stopped and walked over to Lee and Guy, while Sasuke was muttering complaints as he too trudged his way toward Guy and his mini-me. Hello Lee-san. Sakura greeted while Sasuke grunted, rolling his eyes and looking away. Where is Naruto-kun today? Lee asked, noticing the lack of the loud-mouthed ninja. He's with Hinata. He had a bit of an accident and is temporarily without his sight, Sakura explained with a little sorrow in her voice. She knew that her use of the word, temporarily, was a flexible one. It was still 50-50 on whether Naruto would regain his sight. I'm sorry to hear that, but this is a great chance to prove my strength, Lee said with flames in his eyes. The fire of youth burns fiercely within you, Lee, Guy said while shaking his fist in pride, with his eyes closed in thought, to add impact. But Lee, you cannot face Naruto-kun, such a match would be handicapped. Guy opened his eyes to see Sasuke and Sakura walking away, which caused a vein to pop out from Guy's forehead. Students of rival Kakashi, you two have adopted his somewhat hip attitude, Guy said to himself in anger for being bested by Kakashi who isn't even around. Let's go, Lee, Lee, Lee. Guy screamed when he noticed the trail of dust leading away, clearly the signs of the green beast's hunt for a challenge. End flashback. Hinata was feeling nervous about Lee challenging Naruto to a fight but didn't say anything since Lee wasn't being rude to him like Kiba a few nights before. Naruto-kun, for our fight, I too shall go without my sight and rely entirely on my battle-heightened senses. This shall be a true test of my strength since. Lee quickly whipped out his notebook and turned back a couple of pages. Since true strength does not mean muscle strength, you must have other worthy qualities if you must be truly strong, Lee said quoting from his notepad, remembering Kakashi's and Guy's game of rock, paper, scissors and how even luck is also a part of strength. Naruto thought about it and was about to answer when a violent gust of wind blew through the entrance of the stand, knocking over various items in the stand. Guy-sensei, Lee cried out. Before them stood Guy, with an protruding vein on his forehead. Lee, you fool, he said while punching him clean across the jaw. Hinata was shocked that a sensei would strike down their own subordinate. Naruto on the other hand had seen it all before and wasn't as shocked. Hinata was about to go to Lee to see if she could help him before Naruto, who sensed that Hinata wanted to help, put his hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, they'll work things out, Naruto said softly to her. Hinata still wanted to go over to Lee, until she saw Guy walk towards him with a smile on his face. Lee, you truly are the incarnation of the flames of courage and strength. Guy said, beaming with pride. Lee was looking at Guy with awe, until the inevitable. Guy-sensei. Lee screamed out as he flung himself towards his mentor. Lee. Guy screamed just as much as Lee, as they hugged tightly. Hinata's eyes were wide, she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Man, I love being blind, Naruto said cheerily as he sat back down. Hinata decided to do the same, her stomach feeling slightly unsettled. Why did they do that? First Lee-san gets punched then they are hugging, Hinata said trying to get the image out of her head. It's just the way they are, sensei to student. At least this doesn't usually last long, Naruto explained. Sure enough when Hinata turned around, Lee and Guy were no longer embraced. Naruto-kun, I await you answer, Lee said. Sure, why not? Naruto said. Hinata looked to Naruto and then to Lee. She had never seen Lee fight but from what she had heard from Shino, he was very strong. If things get out of hand then I will stop you, Hinata spoke up. Hokage-sama said that I have to keep Naruto-kun out of trouble, she looked to Lee. Of course, Hinata-san, Lee said, giving her a thumbs up. Anything you say Hinata-chan, Naruto said, now happy that he could have a fight. This will be a good opportunity to try out my chakra sense, Naruto thought to himself as he began to try and release chakra from his entire body. Okay. Fuzzy eyebrows, come find me later when you want to do it, Naruto said. Yes, Naruto-kun. Before I go, may I join you for a bowl of ramen? Lee said, following his sensei's earlier teachings of, know your enemy. Sure. Pull up a stool, Naruto said. Hinata smiled and nodded to Lee and Guy as she herself took her seat next to Naruto. I never figured you to be a ramen lover, fuzzy eyebrows. It's all I ever used to eat before Guy-sensei started training me. Mister. One bowl of spicy chicken, Lee said. Lee, do not forget about your training. Training on a full stomach can be hazardous to those around you, Guy warned as he signaled for the same ramen as Lee. Yes, Guy-sensei, Lee said, while Hinata and Naruto were quietly talking to each other. What's wrong, Hinata-chan? Naruto asked. Hokage-sama wanted me to look after you, to keep you out of trouble so that you don't aggravate your condition, Hinata said, not stuttering because as far as she was concerned, for the time being they were alone. Hinata-chan, I want to do this, not because it's another fight, but because this will prove once and for all if I can actually live as a ninja without my sight, I need to do this, Naruto explained. But Naruto-kun, what if you get hurt? Hinata said. Naruto thought about and then answered. Then I'll get hurt, Naruto said. Hinata was plagued with doubt. Alright, Naruto-kun, if it means that much to you, then I suppose you have to, but just remember, if things get too violent, then I am stopping it, no questions, Hinata said firmly. Deal, Naruto said, just as his ramen appeared before him. Naruto got another pair of chopsticks and was about to dig in when he abruptly stopped and turned to Hinata. Hinata, who was about to start eating her ramen, noticed Naruto turn towards her. Hinata-chan, why do you care about me getting hurt? Naruto asked. Hinata started blushing, she hadn't thought about Naruto actually being able to ask her about that. Fortunately for her, though, Lee turned back around and started talking to them. Naruto-kun, how long do you have to wear the blindfold? Lee asked. At least, till the end of the week, if I can't see by then I'll probably never see again, Naruto said in a neutral voice as he began to eat his ramen. Lee nodded in understanding. I know how you feel, it was a waking nightmare, the nurses and the doctors telling me to quit being a ninja because of my arm and leg. I'm sorry that you may have to give up life as a ninja, Lee said, understanding after going through something similar. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Who said anything about giving up being a ninja? I'm going to be the Hokage, no matter what, Naruto said, pointing in Lee's direction. Guy was in tears from Naruto's determination. Naruto-kun, the undying fire of the power of youth burns fiercely within you, Guy said through his tears of admiration. So, what will you two be doing tomorrow? Lee asked, all but ignoring Guy. Hinata needs to go and train with her family, Naruto explained, not realizing the consequences. Hinata-san is going away. Do you have anyone to help you around tomorrow? Lee asked. Naruto practically choked on his noodles. If you would like, I would be your guide tomorrow, Naruto had to think fast. No, haha, you really don't have to, I'll find someone else, don't you worry, besides, you have to get stronger, right? Naruto baited. Of course, I will become even stronger and show everyone that my way of the ninja cannot be broken. Lee took Naruto's bait at a chance to outline his way of the ninja. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Lee was an okay guy to talk to and to eat lunch with, but there were few people who Naruto could actually spend a day with, except for Hinata. Lee and Guy finished off their ramen and stood up. I shall meet you at the 7th training field whenever you are ready, Lee said as he exited the stand. Naruto-kun, are you sure you do not need us to help you tomorrow? Guy asked on his way out. I promise that if we fail you, I will do 500 one-legged, no-handed back flips, standing still, or failing that, I promise to. I'm sure. I really don't want to keep Lee and yourself from your training, Naruto interrupted. He really didn't feel like listening to an endless list of things to do if I fail. Very well, Naruto-kun, Guy said as he too exited the stand. Naruto breathed a huge sigh of relief. Finally, they're away. I don't think I could handle any more of them, Naruto said. Until another person walked in who was on Naruto's annoying persons list. Naruto, I thought I'd find you here, Jiraiya said from behind them. Naruto smacked his forehead. Damn it, too many people know where I eat, Naruto said, Hinata giggled softly, though she didn't know who the old man was. Oi, Naruto, did I hear correctly or did Guy say that you needed help getting around tomorrow? Tsunade said that some girl was showing you around, Jiraiya said. Yeah, Hinata-chan here was helping me but she has to go away for a little bit tomorrow to train, Naruto explained. Really? I guess it is up to me to look after you tomorrow, since Guy and Lee obviously can't, Jiraiya said with a wicked grin. Naruto's face paled as he shot up and shakily walked over to Entrance and stuck his head out. Fuzzy eyebrows. Get back here, Naruto screamed, preferring to take the lesser of two evils. Damn it, looks like I'm stuck with you, Naruto pouted as he made his way back over to the countertop when he didn't get any response. He would have made it to his stool as well if Jiraiya hadn't stuck out his foot in a remorseless way. Naruto was on his feet within seconds. Damn you Arrow Sennin, Naruto screamed at him, although, internally he was almost grateful that wasn't treating him like a cripple. Excuse me, but who are you? Hinata asked Jiraiya. Naruto held his hands up to Hinata as if to signal that she shouldn't ask. Hinata-chan, that would be a. Who am I, you ask? So glad you asked, Jiraiya said, starting to do his introductory dance, completely ignoring Naruto. No, Naruto said shaking his head, and pointing his finger to where he guessed the old pervert was standing. Quote. I am the man who has no enemies in the. No, Naruto said, still shaking his head and pointing at him. North, east, south or west? No, not even in the heavens. No. Quote. I am one of the Sannin. No. Quote. The white-haired frog tamer. No. Even a crying baby would stare in awe. No. The great Jiraiya. God damn it. No. Naruto hated it when Jiraiya did his intro. Hinata was surprised that Naruto was showing disrespect to one of the strongest ninjas of all time. Naruto-kun, why did you say no when Jiraiya-sama was introducing himself? In truth, Hinata felt uncomfortable with his little dance as well. You hear him introduce himself once, you've heard it 1,000 times, you hear it 1,000 times, you never want to hear it again, Naruto explained. Hinata found it hard to argue with. Is this the girl that is helping you, Naruto? Jiraiya asked. Yeah, this is Hinata-chan. Naruto slowly walked over to Hinata, being very careful not to trip over anything this time, someone's foot, for example. Hinata stood and bowed to Jiraiya. It's an honor to meet you, Jiraiya-sama, Hinata said politely. The honor is mine, Hinata. Naruto sure is a lucky guy to have such a young, pretty. Watch it, Arrow Sennin, Naruto interrupted as he sat back down in his stool once again. I'll be damned if I let that pervert creep Hinata-chan out, Naruto thought angrily. Naruto, would it kill you to call me by my name? At least in front of your little girlfriend, Jiraiya asked. Hinata was nearing suffocation from embarrassment, Naruto wasn't much better off either. What or why you talking about? Naruto stuttered. Ah, my boy, there's no need to hide it, I completely understand, I only wish I were in your position, Jiraiya said in an envious tone. Hinata was too stunned for words. Naruto felt he should say something but couldn't find any words. Jiraiya looked between the two's expressions. Well, whatever, I can't hang around here all day, there's research to be done. See you tomorrow, Naruto, Jiraiya said seconds before he saw a young woman in a miniskirt pass the stand. Miniskirt drool. He was on his way out when he turned back to Naruto and Hinata who were as bright red statues. You two, be good, if you can't be good be careful and if you can't be careful then be sure to have a pram, Jiraiya laughed before running off down the street. Miss, excuse me miss, can I tell you what a great set of whack, was all that was heard. Hinata couldn't lift her gaze from the ground even if her father was riding around on a unicycle wearing a pink tutu. It took a few minutes before Naruto's brain allowed him to say anything. He's an idiot, just ignore him, Naruto said, really trying to get the old hermit out of his head. Hinata was beginning to regain control of her vocal cords. Why yes, Naruto-kun, Hinata almost whispered. The stand was very quiet, the workers seemed to be on their break and no one else was in the stand. Hey, why don't we go to the training field and meet up with Fuzzy Eyebrows? He must be getting anxious by now, Naruto said. He was planning to go back to his apartment to get his ninja equipment, but he decided that it might make Hinata even more uncomfortable having just been given advice by Jiraiya. Doesn't matter, I'll just convince Fuzzy Eyebrows to fight me hand to hand, Naruto thought. Why yes, Naruto-kun, Hinata said again as she put her arm out for Naruto. Naruto took it and felt a jump from Hinata. She hasn't done that in a while, it's all that pervert's fault, Naruto thought angrily as they began to walk forward out the stand and onto the street. Seeing as he was about to fight Lee, Naruto decided that he should start trying to use his chakra sense. Once again, Naruto tried releasing his chakra in controlled amounts from his entire body. He wasn't making much progress, but he did have to admit that Hinata's suggestion earlier to take a break was actually making it feel easier. He was about to try and release some more chakra when a stray thought hit him. Oh crap, we forgot to pay the bill, Hinata-chan. Naruto remembered that they hadn't paid for their meal. Actually, I left some money on the counter before we left, Hinata said, her embarrassment beginning to slip. Oh, thanks, last time I skipped out on paying, they barred me from there for an entire week. I lived off half-eaten instant ramen cups that were in my fridge, Naruto explained. The two continued walking. Naruto kept on trying his new skill. Why isn't this working? I can do it with my hands. Of course, I forgot about Neji's advice. I'll try and release chakra from a few chakra point thingies at a time, Naruto thought as he once again followed Neji's advice. The feeling he got was slightly disorienting, but it was working better than before. He could feel Hinata next to him, the unevenness of the dirt road they were walking on, and a few people who passed by. I've almost got it, a little more time and I'll have this mastered, Naruto thought in triumph. Naruto-kun, Hinata's firm voice broke the silence, slightly startling Naruto. Just remember, don't go overboard, I'll stop your fight if you do and take you to the Hokage, Hinata said, without stuttering. I understand, Hinata-chan, Naruto said, grateful that she was concerned for him. Hinata turned and guided Naruto down the path leading towards the training field. As they emerged, Hinata saw Guy and Lee training. Lee had a bandage tied around his eyes as he was sparring with Guy. Not so far away was a small group of people all sitting on the ground talking. The group was comprised of the rest of the Rookie 9, even Sasuke was there, but he seemed less than interested. It seems as though Lee-san has told a few people of your little match, Hinata said. Naruto looked confused. Naruto. About time you got here, Sakura shouted across the field when she noticed the orange-wearing ninja. Lee's bull head perked up at hearing Naruto's name. Hinata guided Naruto over to where their friends were sitting. Lee moved his bandages so that he had one eye open and proceeded to walk over to them as well. Hi Naruto, Hinata, Sakura said as they came closer. How do you know about this? Naruto asked. Lee told Sasuke-kun and I told Ino, and she dragged Choji and Shikamaru along, Sakura explained as she motioned to the group. Choji was eating a seemingly bottomless bag of crisps while Shikamaru was sleeping. Ino proceeded to remedy this fact by pinching his nose closed and stopping him from being able to breathe. Damn it, woman. I was having such a trouble-less dream, Shikamaru complained as he sat up. What were you dreaming of, Shikamaru? Was I in it? Ino asked, curious. Yes you were, it's one of my favorite dreams where you are unable to speak, Shikamaru explained with a content sigh before Ino started pounding him in the stomach. Kiba-kun, what are you doing here? Hinata asked with a soft voice but with an underling of firmness in it to remind him that she hadn't forgotten about the incident at the ramen stand. We were already here when the bullheads showed up, Kiba explained as he gestured to Shino and himself. Shino was as still and silent as ever. Hinata noticed that they had all avoided the subject of Naruto. Clearly they had all been silenced, all but one who was asleep at the time. Oi, Naruto, What's with the blindfold, you blind or someth? Ino once again smacked him in the stomach and whispered in his ear not to go there. Troublesome, Shikamaru muttered. Naruto-kun, are you ready? Lee asked, feeling anxious for the upcoming battle. As ready as I'll ever be, Naruto said. Hinata walked him out into the middle of the field and set him facing Lee. Naruto let go of Hinata and was about to get into a ready stance when Hinata leaned over his shoulder and whispered in his ear. Good luck. Hinata blushed and walked over to the other genins. Naruto smiled and began focusing chakra. Lee replaced his bandage and was now sightless as well. Guy had walked away and was watching on from afar. Naruto-kun, a few ground rules. Number 1. No ninjutsu attacks. Number 2. No weapons. Number 3. Don't hold back. Lee covered everything that Naruto was uncomfortable with. Then we are ready, Naruto said. Hinata sat down beside Sakura and Ino. Hi Hinata-chan, they both said. Hinata nodded to them. Sasuke seemed to be mildly interested in the fight that was about to commence. Kiba and Shino were talking to each other. Shikamaru had once again fallen asleep and Choji was too busy inhaling his crisps to pay any attention to anything else. So, what have you and Naruto been doing? Sakura asked. Nothing much, Hinata said. Sakura rolled her eyes. Come on Hinata-chan, just ask him out, it'll be a surprise but he'd like it, I'm sure, Ino cut in. Sakura turned to face Ino. Like you'd know anything about that, Sakura said. Ino blushed and glanced at the sleeping Shikamaru. This went beyond the notice of Sakura who had her eyes smugly closed. Hinata however saw this one little action and raised an eyebrow at Ino. She quickly nodded her head to Hinata's silent question. Hinata leaned back on her arms still trying to comprehend what Ino had just told her. Until Sakura pointed at Lee and Naruto. They're about to begin, Sakura said. She turned her head to Hinata. Are you sure about letting Naruto fight? Lee-san is very strong, Sakura said. Naruto-kun is very strong as well, Hinata replied. Naruto focused his chakra and began releasing it a little bit at a time. He couldn't feel the exact shape of the area surrounding him but it would be enough for now. Besides, he could still use his arms. Lee was focusing his mind trying to block out the sounds of the wind and the birdsong to try and hear any kind of footstep that would give away Naruto's position. Lee had begun silently walking forward and to the right, still being as quiet as possible. Naruto had succeeded in creating a bubble of low-energy chakra that would alert Naruto if there was anything within 3 meters of him. Naruto had begun taking steps forward as well. Then, the worst thing that could have happened at that time, did. Naruto stepped on a twig, making a small but audible snap. Lee perked up at the sound and ran as quickly yet as quietly as he could towards the sound. Well, this is over, Sakura said, although she was slightly concerned for Naruto. Hinata just smiled at her. Lee had one arm raised out to the side and his other in front of him, because he didn't know exactly where Naruto was. Lee was getting closer and closer to Naruto but he still hadn't moved. Lee was about to make contact but Naruto suddenly ducked down low and used both his legs to trip up Lee. His right foot hooked Lee's left ankle as the other caught him behind his knee. Lee went down hard. Naruto's chakra sense hadn't improved enough for him to distinguish every little detail, but he felt the presence of Lee coming towards him at a speed and aimed low. What was that? Naruto-kun shouldn't have been able to sense me, Lee thought. This will make things a lot more interesting. Lee smiled as he leapt up into a standing position. Using the point where Naruto had attacked him as a starting point and the very faint sounds of movement, Lee decided to attack once again but this time prepared. Lee ran forwards and swung a waist-high roundhouse kick but hit nothing. Realizing that he had just given his position away with his faint sounds of attack, Lee attempted to retreat a few steps until his heightened battle reflexes sensed something. Without thinking, he brought up his hands which succeeded in blocking a punch. Naruto was slightly surprised when Lee was able to block his punch but didn't have much time to think about as he was now on the defensive. Blocking a heavy barrage of kicks and punches, Naruto attempted to throw back a punch to give him a second to breath. Just as Naruto had blocked another punch, he threw one back and managed to connect with Lee's stomach, but Naruto's attack had left himself vulnerable as Lee delivered a mid-kick to Naruto's exposed side, slightly winding him. Naruto was trying to control his breathing as jumped backwards so that Lee was on the outreaches of his chakra sense. Naruto chose another strategy. He circled around Lee and attacked from the side. Naruto ran forward and jumped with his fist outstretched in a flying punch. But Lee had heard Naruto's quick movements and felt him come closer. Just as he was about to connect, Lee jumped back slightly with his legs put forward. All Naruto felt was a heavy contact to his legs, and because he was in midair, the sudden contact pushed him into the ground, much like Lee, a few minutes before. Lee was once again on the offensive after he landed on his feet. Naruto quickly got up and turned around just in time to stop another volley of punches. I have a slight advantage with my chakra sense, but Fuzzy Eyebrows packs a punch like a hammer. This could take a lot more than I thought, Naruto thought as he jumped back, leaving some space between them. What can I do? I haven't mastered the sense for my entire body, only my hands. My hands, they give me almost a perfect feeling, if only in one direction, Naruto thought, as he entered a stance similar to the Hyuga's Jiyuken style. One arm forward with his palm facing out and the other further back with his palm out to the side, giving a short but wide forward arc of chakra. The range wasn't as good as when he used his entire body, but it was much more clearer. Naruto focused his mind and kept on releasing a small amount of chakra from his entire body. This gave Naruto a balance between a ranged, multi-directional but unclear sense and a small, single-directional but very clear forward sense. While this gave Naruto a better sense and a clearer image of his surrounding, this was draining his chakra slightly more than before, and it would require a factor of concentration to maintain the balance. Naruto began circling around Lee. He was still outside his clear arc but was still in the outer range. Naruto carefully went towards him, careful not to make a sound. Sakura was shocked, Sasuke was intrigued, Ino was darting her eyesight between Lee and Naruto, Kiba's and Shino's jaws were hanging open, Choji had stopped eating and Shikamaru Dot was still asleep. Hinata was still smiling, and now she was fighting against a giggle from seeing everyone's expressions, from seeing the blind, uncoordinated blonde ninja fight on equal terms with the strong, fast and very determined bull-top boy, but Hinata was still concerned for Naruto's safety. The few hits that Naruto had received, Hinata felt her heart miss a beat. Naruto was now close enough to Lee that he was in his clear arc. Naruto could feel everything, Lee's stance, his body shape, his bowl cut. Naruto went for a low kick to Lee's legs to level the taijutsu specialist. Naruto kicked behind his knee, forcing it to bend and causing Lee to fall back. As Lee was falling back, he brought his arms back and turned his fall into a back flip and kicked Naruto in the head and knocking him off balance. Despite the throbbing pain now in the right side of his head, Naruto continued his attack, briefly giving up the chakra sense in his hands so he could deliver some more punches. He managed to connect a few punches before Lee began blocking them. Naruto sensed a fist coming towards him, and brought his arm up to block it. Using his forearm, Naruto deflected Lee's punch and then grabbed onto his arm and pulled him forward and delivered a knee, deep into Lee's gut, knocking the wind right out of him. Lee fell to his knees, clutching his stomach. He felt as if the ramen he had just had with Naruto and Hinata was about to come up, but he fought this down and forced himself to draw a breath. Naruto jumped back to give Lee some time to catch his breath, and to give himself time to shake off Lee's kick to his head. Lee was struggling to breathe but forced himself to his feet and charged forward to where he guessed Naruto was. Naruto was hoping that he would get a few more seconds breather before Lee got up. He was now laying into Naruto with all of his remaining strength. Adrenaline was pumping through his body, nulling any and all pain. Lee just kept on attacking, completely ignoring the few punches and kicks Naruto was throwing back. Hinata's smile disappeared as she saw Lee attack with everything he had, not giving Naruto a moment of rest. Sakura was getting worried as well, even Sasuke showed discomfort. Things were starting to look down. Lee hooked Naruto in the side of his head, causing his headband to loosen. Then he used his punch's momentum and swung a high kick, completely removing his forehead protector altogether. Lee's kick to Naruto's head sent him crashing into the ground face first. Hinata had enough. She knew that she had to stop this now. Lee-san, that's enough, Hinata screamed, causing all those around her to jump out of their skins. It even woke Shikamaru up. She got to her feet and ran towards the downed Naruto. Sakura and Sasuke were close behind. Hinata reached Naruto and crouched beside him and rolled him over. His headband was lying a few feet away and there were white strips of material lying around Naruto. Hinata gasped as she rolled Naruto over. His bandages had been completely ripped off, and the sweat from the fight had caused the patches to come loose and fall off. His eyes were exposed. Before Hinata could tell Naruto not to open his eyes or even put her hand over them, Naruto opened his eyes to the setting sun, which was beaming down on them, and screamed in pain. From Naruto's perspective, the world turned from a pitch black to a painful white light, causing him to roll around clutching his eyes, desperate to stop the pain. Sakura and Sasuke arrived and held Naruto still in case he further hurt himself. Guy had been watching the fight from afar with pride for his student, but having seen what had happened, he ran towards Naruto. Lee had removed his blindfold as well and had arrived by Naruto's side. Naruto-kun, are you alright? Lee asked in concern. Sakura slapped him upside the head for asking such a stupid question. She was too concerned for Naruto to be completely angry at Lee. We have to get him to Tsunade-sama, Hinata said in a firm, commanding voice, but was drawing a very shaky breath. I'll take him, Guy said. As Naruto apparently passed out due to the pain. Guy picked Naruto up and quickly but infinitely carefully ran towards the Hokage office, Hinata not more than a few feet behind him, Sasuke and Sakura following on. Lee would have come too, but the pain that he should have felt during the fight had caught up with him. He dropped to one knee as he waited out the pain. Guy was running as fast as possible through the streets of Konoha with the number one loud-mouthed ninja unconscious in his arms. Even at Guy's speed, Hinata was managing to keep up. She was putting all of her chakra in her legs to keep up. Guy burst through the entrance to the village headquarters, and ran down a corridor. Hinata-san, get the Hokage, I'll take Naruto-kun to the medical room, Guy said. Yes, Hinata was getting out of breath fast. She stopped and opened the door. Tsunade was once again asleep on her desk, her head propped up on one arm while the other had a pen in it. Clearly she had fallen asleep in mid-signature. Tsunade-sama, Hinata shouted in an attempt to wake her up. Tsunade groggily opened her eyes to Hinata's shout, her head slightly spinning. She had had one too many sake the previous night. What is it, Hinata? Tsunade asked, shaking off a mild headache. Naruto-kun is hurt, Hinata said. Tsunade was standing up in a second, her chair flying backwards. Where is he? Tsunade as she ran round her desk and towards the door. Guy-sensei has taken him to the medical room, Hinata explained. Tsunade ran out the door and off down the corridor. Hinata ran after her. When Hinata arrived at the medical room, Naruto was on a bed. Tsunade was standing over him performing some kind of jutsu on his face. Guy wasn't there. He had obviously gone to his student, although Sakura and Sasuke were in the room on the opposite side of Naruto's bed from Tsunade. Tsunade cancelled her technique and sat down. Hinata approached them. How is he? Hinata asked. Sakura turned her head to Hinata then back to Tsunade in a questioning manner. His optical nerves were shocked from the sudden light. They just couldn't adapt to the sudden change in their weakened state. There's still a chance that he will get his sight back, but the odds have sunk dramatically. Hinata had a few tears beginning to form in her eyes. This is all my fault. If I hadn't allowed Naruto to fight, then this wouldn't have happened, Hinata thought. How did this happen? Tsunade asked. Naruto and Lee-san were having a match, Sakura said. Lee hit Naruto in the head a couple of times and his forehead protector and bandages fell off, Sakura explained. It's my fault, Hinata cut in. I was the one who let Naruto have the match in the first place, Hinata said, her tears beginning to fall. Until Sakura placed her hand on her shoulder. This was nobody's fault, It was an accident, Sakura comforted. Hinata nodded but didn't feel much better. Naruto began to stir. The occupants of the room gathered round him. Naruto opened his eyes and gasped in pain. Damn, was all he said. He still couldn't see. Tsunade stood up. Firstly, Naruto, what the hell were you thinking? You know you shouldn't have been fighting in your condition. Tsunade shouted. Hey, Obachan, little quieter, I've got one hell of a headache, Naruto said, rubbing the spot on his head where Lee kicked him. Lee challenged me, and I couldn't exactly refuse, Naruto explained. I told you to stay out of trouble, Naruto. You of all people should know that a fight is a breeding ground for trouble, Tsunade said. No more fights, Naruto, okay. She pulled up a bag of medical supplies and brought out some bandages. Okay, Naruto replied. Tsunade was about to place the bandages on Naruto's face when a thought occurred to her. Without a word, she performed a few hand seals and a fair amount of water fell on Naruto, completely drenching him. What the hell did you do that for? Naruto asked angrily, as he shook some of the water off. Tsunade smiled. You haven't had a shower in ages, Naruto, now is as good a time as any since we are changing your bandages, Tsunade explained. You could have at least told me, Naruto said, rubbing the water out of his hair. Where's the fun in that? Tsunade asked, throwing him a towel. Naruto dried himself off as best he can. Tsunade prepared the bandages, doing the same as last time, cutting 2 individual patches. Naruto, close your eyes, Tsunade told Naruto. He closed his eyes and Tsunade placed the patches over his eyes, securing them using the same roll of medical tape she used a few days before. Then she wrapped the long bandage around his head, fixing that in place with some tape and a safety pin. Once she had put all the excess bandages back in the bag, she proceeded to adjust the one over Naruto's eyes. Tsunade had finished and was looking around Naruto's bed. Where is his forehead protector? She asked. It must still be on the field, Sakura reasoned, until Hinata brought it out of her pocket. Oh, never mind, Sakura said. Hinata put Naruto's headband in his hand, which he quickly tied around his head, over his bandages. Well, I got to get back to work. Naruto, you're free to go, no more fights. Tsunade warned as she walked out the room. Naruto sat up and let out a bit of a yawn. How are you feeling, Naruto? Sakura asked, concerned for her friend. A little tired from my fight, but otherwise fine, Naruto said cheerily. That's good, we were all worried about you, Sakura said in relief. Sasuke turned around and walked to the door. Sasuke-kun, where are you going? Sakura asked. Sasuke looked over his shoulder. The idiot is okay, so I'm going home, Sasuke said unemotionally. Mind if I walk you? Sakura asked, blushing. Sasuke said nothing, but did however wait for Sakura to catch up. Soon enough it was just Hinata and Naruto once again. Naruto-kun, where do you want to go now? Hinata asked as Naruto got up off the bed. I think I'll just go home, Naruto said, stopping a yawn from escaping. Okay. Naruto-kun, Hinata said as she put Naruto's hand on her arm and led him out the door. Naruto and Hinata were now out on the street, the sun had set and there were fewer people about. Naruto-kun, are you not worried about your sight? Now there is an even lower chance of you getting your sight back now, Hinata said. Naruto thought about it and answered. Before, I would be, but after my fight with fuzzy eyebrows I'm not really worried. I can still fight, I will not give up my life as a ninja no matter what, Naruto said seriously. Hinata smiled. They turned round a corner onto the street that Naruto lives on, but as they did, they walked into somebody and caused Hinata and Naruto to fall over. Hey, watch it, ya little punk, one of the men said. Hinata looked up from Naruto's side and saw the mon's, or rather the men's face. There were 2 of them. Hinata recognized the 2 men, they were the ones she saw that morning who gave Naruto the spiteful. Why don't you watch it? Naruto said angrily as Hinata helped him to his feet. You little punk, I ought to. The man stopped when his partner tapped him on the shoulder. He gave a slight smirk and they walked away without a word. Once again Hinata thought that their actions was unusual but didn't think much of it. Soon enough they arrived at Naruto's apartment block. They started climbing the stairs. Today's been a good day, Naruto said happily. Yes Naruto-kun, Hinata answered. Hinata and Naruto stepped off the stairs onto Naruto's floor. The sun had set and the moon was out, only slightly illuminating the darkness. Here it comes, Chibi. Hinata stopped Naruto in front of his front door. There was a note pinned to the door by a kunai. What is it Hinata-chan? Naruto asked, curious as to why she stopped. Naruto-kun, there is a note attached to your door, Hinata replied shakily. She didn't like the fact that there was a kunai in the door. Really? What does it say? Naruto asked, feeling excited that someone would leave him a note. Hinata took a closer look at the note and read aloud. Leave Konoha, no one wants you here. Everyone hates you. No one loves you. Nothing awaits you here. You should have been killed at birth like the demon that you are. Hinata had a few tears in her eyes as she read it. She fearfully turned to look at Naruto. His face was unemotional, though he did seem to draw an erratic breath. Naruto-kun, Hinata said, really trying not to cry. It's okay. I'm used to it. Naruto's voice was on the verge of breaking but he would hold it in until Hinata had gone home. Hinata nodded and turned the handle of the door. But instead of swinging open it fell down into the dark apartment with an echoing crash. Stupid door, Naruto tried to joke. Hinata had a sinking feeling. The note on the door and now the door crashing down. It may have been an old door but for both of the hinges to wear away and break within the 9 hours of them being out was impossible. Something didn't feel right to Hinata. Naruto walked in, no longer holding onto Hinata. Hinata followed after. After she was inside, Hinata reached for the light switch that was beside the door. When the light filled every corner of the room, Hinata gasped in shock. The place was a tip, there were broken plates and glasses everywhere, the kitchen table was propped up on its side by the wall, the chairs were nowhere to be seen and it looked like the floorboards had been torn up in some places. Naruto heard Hinata gasp. He knew that it was a bad sign but used his chakra sense to see what she saw. Incidents like this had happened a few times before, but this time, Naruto felt hurt, unimaginably hurt. He didn't know why this time was any different. Naruto knew he wouldn't last long. He needed to be alone, so that Hinata wouldn't see his pain. I'll see you tomorrow, Hinata-chan, Naruto said, unintentionally letting out a sniff and scrunching up his eyes so that no tears could escape. He didn't know why. It wasn't as if Hinata would see his eyes with his blindfold on, but Naruto decided not to tempt fate. Why did they do this, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked. Her heart felt like it had been ripped into two from the pain heard in Naruto's voice. Hinata-chan, please leave. Naruto couldn't believe he had just asked her to leave. He didn't want to, but his tears wouldn't wait. It was then that the blue-haired girl shocked Naruto once again. No, Hinata's serious side had emerged. She knew that something was eating Naruto and that bottling it up without talking about it would lead to self-destruction. She too had been close to that stage before, but then Naruto found her and made her feel good about herself again. Hinata-chan, Naruto asked. His knees began to feel weak. Naruto-kun, you don't have to put on a face anymore. I can see past it, there's no fooling me, Hinata said unfaltering. She walked up behind Naruto and put her hand on his shoulder for comfort. With Naruto being blind, he was unable to see the hate-filled looks that were given to him every day. He was happy, he had all but forgotten about Kyuubi and the reason behind the villagers' hatred towards him. But now, the pain has returned by the painful reminder of having his house trashed and being left a note, telling him outright what the villagers think of him. It were as though Naruto's pain was a river, but being blind and being with Hinata had built up a dam to hold back the pain, but now the dam has broken, releasing the years of pain, loneliness and fear in one colossal wave. Naruto's inner mind was barely holding the dam together but now Hinata was there to catch the water. Naruto figured that Hinata was there and she wanted to help. The dam shattered, the feelings of pain, loneliness and fear was overwhelming Naruto's mind. He collapsed in on himself. Dropping to his knees, sobbing uncontrollably, the fabric of his forehead protector began to look damp from his tears. From his knees, Naruto began to fall to the side. He would have hit the floor had Hinata not been there to catch him. She sat down on the floor beside Naruto. Almost instinctively, she brought him into a hug and pulled his head down to rest on her shoulder. Naruto's arms went around her and held on tight, never wanting to let go. Hinata in turn began stroking the back of his head. Hinata took his headband off. His bandages were drenched and now little streaks of tears were rolling down either side of his face. Naruto turned his head and completely buried his face into her shoulder and neck and wailing and shaking uncontrollably. Hinata felt as if her heart was being hit between a hammer and an anvil. She couldn't stand to see the inspiration and love of her life in this state. But she would stay and help bear the pain with him. She didn't know how long she sat there with Naruto on her shoulder, but she knew that he needed this. Hinata's shoulder was almost soaked. Naruto's cries were gradually dying down. He seemed to be more in control. Once Naruto decided that he had calmed down, he let go of Hinata but didn't say a word. Hinata let go of Naruto but kept her hand on his. Naruto managed to control his breathing to the point where he could speak. Why do you care so much? Naruto asked, while giving a slight sniff. Hinata smiled softly and squeezed his hand in an affectionate way. The note was wrong. Naruto-kun, you are not hated by Sakura-chan, Sasuke and especially not me, Hinata said. Her voice was soft, caring and true. Thank you, Hinata-chan, Naruto said, now giving her a pure smile, full of joy. Naruto was about to get up until something hit him in what Hinata had just said. Hinata-chan, what did you mean when you said, especially not me? Naruto asked. Hinata blushed and giggled softly. She hadn't expected things to turn out like this. Maybe it's time, Hinata thought. Naruto-kun, the letter was wrong in every way. You are not a demon, you are wanted here. Not everyone hates you and, at least one person you know loves you. Hinata was blushing but wasn't twiddling her thumbs, otherwise she would have to remove her hand from Naruto's. Naruto thought over what she said. Who is this one person? Naruto asked. Hinata smiled once again. I'll give you a clue. This person has blue hair and a special ability to do with their eyes, Hinata hinted. Naruto thought it over. So, you mean to tell me? Hinata's heart began to beat faster, her blush deepening, that Sasuke is in love with me. Naruto asked with a worried expression. Hinata tried to stop her laugh but failed completely. She burst out into a healthy laughter. Naruto was confused. No, Naruto-kun, I'm pretty sure that Sasuke isn't in love with you. Hinata settled down and waited for him to come up with the right answer. So, if it's not Sasuke, then who is it? The only other person in this village that has blue hair is. Naruto's jaw seemed to have come loose. It was hanging like a dog on a hammock. You. Naruto continued, his heart was speeding up. Yes, Naruto-kun, Hinata said simply. She thought that her words came out rather easily. That confirmed it for Naruto. You'll love me. Naruto was going over it in his mind and almost couldn't comprehend. He just kept on repeating the same sentence over and over again. Hinata figured there was only one way to get him to break the cycle. She leaned over and planted a kiss on his cheek. Naruto began blushing like Hinata used to. Naruto carefully touched his cheek where Hinata had just kissed him. Then he smiled, he turned his hand over and caressed hers. I feel the same way, Hinata-chan, Naruto said, his blush ever increasing. Hinata smiled also, although she felt like she had a hummingbird in her chest from the speed that her heart was traveling at. Naruto suddenly felt very tired. The crying he had done earlier had worn him out. Naruto-kun, you look tired, so I'll be back in the morning. Are you going to be alright? Hinata asked as she helped Naruto to his feet and guided him towards his room. This time, however, They were holding hands. Hinata opened his door and turned on the light. Ah, this could be a problem, Hinata said. His bed was now only useful as firewood, the mattress had been ripped open, and his clothes were lying all over the place. I don't think you'll be able to spend the night here, Naruto-kun, Hinata said. No need to worry, Hinata-chan, I'll be fine, Naruto said, seemingly unfazed that his room was trashed. Naruto-kun, Hinata said firmly, you can't stay here tonight, even if you can get to sleep, your door is still damaged and the people who did this could come back, Hinata explained. Naruto sighed. What else can I do? Naruto asked. Well, you could stay at my house, Hinata said blushing. Naruto was also slightly blushing. Will that be okay? Naruto asked. I'm supposed to protect you, right? Hinata reasoned. Okay then, we can go see Obachan tomorrow to sort this out, Naruto planned. Hinata led Naruto out of his house and walked down the street with him through Konoha, back to the Hyuga estate. They were walking in silence, enjoying the warmth of each other's hands when Naruto realized that he hadn't answered Hinata's question before. Hinata-chan, about earlier, you asked why they did that, well, I'll tell you. But promise me that you won't tell anyone else. Of course I won't, Naruto-kun, Hinata said, curious what could possibly merit the hatred of most of the village. Naruto took a breath to compose himself. You know of the incident that happened almost 13 years ago, Naruto began explaining. Yes, the battle involving the Kyuubi and how the fourth killed it, Hinata remembered the stories. He didn't kill it, you see, one part of the note earlier was correct, I carry the demon of 13 years ago, Naruto explained. Hinata looked confused, then she figured it out. The fourth sealed it inside of you at the cost of his own life, Hinata guessed. Yes, Naruto answered, but I still don't see why the villagers hate you for it, Hinata said, confused. I'm the demon that killed countless villagers, Naruto explained. So you are the one responsible for the deaths of all those people, Hinata was trying to get Naruto to see things from her angle. No, but, so you asked for Kyuubi to be put inside of you, Hinata pushed on. No, so how are the Kyuubi's actions your responsibility? Hinata had succeeded, Naruto no longer felt guilty for the burden he had to carry. I guess, it isn't, Naruto smiled happily. Hinata smiled as well and gave Naruto another kiss on the cheek. To which he blushed once again. Hinata-chan, you're the best. Naruto said happily. Hinata smiled and rested her head on her boyfriend's shoulder as they walked.